and haven't tried, and that is to sit together for the first time and ask, are we really still interested in being the same country? And if the answer is yes, what are the terms and conditions of us being a country? This is a very much like conversation that the ruiners of Nigeria are not interested. And that is why they are confident that using their own Decree 24 that they call 1999 Constitution, patching it left, right, and center could possibly put things right, but they've been proven wrong many times. So back to our own theory. If you pay attention very well, you will realize that a majority of those who are now asking for the peaceful breakup of Nigeria as one theory that hasn't been tried before, right? You realize the majority of those who are now kind of like supporting that, many of them were pro-Nigeria, who strongly believed that, you know what, this country can work. This one, this, that, right? But they've come to that reality that maybe not in their lifetime. So what then is the purpose of our existence? If you have to accept something that you know is not working for you, will never work for you, but you have no choice or chance of changing it, sort of. Then we pointed out the lackadaisical attitude of their elite, which we call the stinking elite. See, the establishment, or what we call the establishment in Nigeria, goes beyond who is your president, right? It is so deep, rotten deep, that you have the judiciary, you have the legislatures who were supposed to act as checks and balances for, you know, all this executive tyranny, but they've all cowered in. They have been supportive. Then you have others who are like the traditional rulers, right? Religious leaders. They are part of the establishment. Then you have the business class, or what do you call them? The businessmen and women, those who are supposed to be running your economy. The private sector, then you also realize that they are also neck deep in the entire rot, more or less like the people who have been so much like become hopeless, so to say. Anyway, once in a while, in their gatherings, where they are possibly eulogizing themselves, patting themselves on the back, that they have done well, right? They do sometimes let out the truth, and which is what is going to be the opening for this chat this evening. A retired Court of Appeal justice, a retired Court of Appeal judge in Nigeria is currently trending. Why? Well, as many of us for the past 2.5 years have been doing our best to neutralize the toxicity that the APC, Egbekegbe, have, released into the atmosphere, where people can't have a normal conversation anymore, except it is bigotry, tribalism, and all kinds of hateful tribal rhetorics. So then you are wondering that, okay, it seems that their elites are comfortable because they're possibly not treating themselves that way. So here is a judge or a retired judge who seemed to have seen enough, frustrated enough, and probably wandered in silence for so long that when she had the opportunity, she's now asking the question, if we are tired of ourselves, maybe we should just break up this country. Because what the political class have done, weaponizing tribalism, ethnicism, religious supremacy, and all kinds of things that ordinarily should be enough pointers to any sane person that no country that is currently operating in this kind of an environment created by this APC, Egbekegbe, would ever be able to make any real progress. She is worried. Yeah, she is. And that is where we're going to start from this evening. So, brethren, if you have shared the broadcast, like the broadcast, right? You can sit back. Let's start with this.
As I was saying, in this nation, we have not attained our status. The Lord will help us. We cannot continue with mediocrity. We cannot. We cannot. We have the best. What is the problem with letting the best people shine? There has to be a change. The nation is crumbling under politics, is crumbling under religion. It's crumbling under tribal politics. And the majority of the people in this country are not pleased with it. We don't like it. If we are not ready to move together as one, maybe we should break up. If we don't want to break up, then we must merge together. Forget where you are from. It's always offensive to me when I hear, this is the position of the North. This is the position of the Southwest. This is the position of the East. What is the position of Nigeria? Who is thinking of this country? So there has to be a change. Please, we're not interested in where whoever is from. What we want is that this country must attain the status that has been given to it by God. Do we not find it a miracle that in spite of everything that is happening, this country has not disintegrated? A nation went to war over increase in the price of bread. But everything has increased in this country and we are still moving. So I believe that this is a nation, honestly, that has been set aside by God for something. And I pray that this will be allowed to happen, and I pray it will happen before my very eyes. Now, having said that, I will agree that the judiciary is almost comatose. You know, we're here speaking the truth. My father would say, you know, that at this age, in Yoruba, he would say, "Mo le shenu mi." That means at this age, you cannot, Yoruba people, Ogbenyoja. What does it mean? That means I can't withdraw my mouth. I have been I'm privileged to be over 70. None of my mother's uterine siblings went beyond 70. Justice Adefrasin, the eldest of her uterine siblings, same mother, same father, he didn't go. He died at 69. My mother died at 67. The middle brother, Uncle Roland, he died at, I think it was 62. I'm above that age. So I believe that this is a time really where people like us, I consider myself an elder. I'm not old, but I'm an elder. So I consider this is the time that elders should talk, because what else am I looking for? I'm not looking to anybody for money. You know, the Lord has blessed me, you know. So please, there has to be a change. Judiciary, this is the most important arm of government. An arm that can kill and make alive, an arm that can decide who is the president, and that you, governor, get off that seat. That is the most powerful arm. It's the most powerful. So God will have to help us, because what is happening, it can no longer be tolerated. The people have lost interest in the courts. People come to me. They say, look, we have a problem. How do I do? And I want to go to court. And I always tell them, if this is where you are going to get your food, forget it. Continue your business. You can have your case. It will be determined when it will be determined. But that is not even a good commentary coming from somebody who was a judicial officer. The backlogs are too many. We are repelling investors. Nobody is going to invest in a country where the judicial system is not working, where disputes take forever to be resolved. Nobody is coming there. There was a survey of the top 10 African countries, you know, and sadly my nation wasn't there. And if you look at why those other nations, some of them are neighboring countries, why they were selected. Some, it's integrity. Some, it will be speed of adjudication. Some, it is independence of the judiciary. Some, it is the adherence to human rights. That is what elevated these countries, And if we're to tackle the judicial system, we will see that these are areas that we are weak in. But I do not blame the majority of the judges, because honestly, the judges are working. You have a lot of judges with integrity that are working, and they are working very well. But the system does not help them. A system where, and the vice president mentioned it, every case goes to courts, and it goes right up to the apex courts. It cannot work. Nigeria is a very litigious nation. The elections, oh my goodness, the elections, the electoral system, it is so flawed. When I was in Owerri, about 2-3 years ago, dealing with primaries, absolutely no internal democracy from the parties, the hierarchy of the headship of the parties, no internal democracy. Somebody will win, you will substitute another person. Of course, they are going to go to court. In one of the parties had the same day the letter came out, primary elections. Another one said, direct primaries. The same day, another letter came, indirect primaries. So the candidates that came through direct primaries took the ones that came through indirect primaries to court. Or needless litigation. And they are killing the judges, writing, judgments that they should not write. So, this is a message also to the politicians. You have to help this country. You have to help this country. And then the judges themselves, the Lord will help us. As I was saying,
Madam, I don't know how many of you are watching that, and somehow you became so interested as she is, she was reeling out everything you possibly also knew about the Nigeria judicial system. The judiciary is so powerful if they choose to follow the law. But you see, once judges start writing judgments that does not even correlate with the case before them, right? And such judgments are later sustained by higher courts, knowing that the whole thing is pure charade, right? Has helped and emboldened the politicians. Here is another thing, right? The moment that they discovered the judges in Nigeria, the moment they discovered that they could actually remove a governor by a court judgment, they became the most sought after. And that was what gave the politicians the direct takeover. And the effect of that today is what she just highlighted. There is no serious investor that will go to a country where their judicial system is so corrupt that the judgment is always for the highest bidder. No, it doesn't work that way, except those with, blood money and other, bloody monies and all that. So the judiciary enabled the politicians, and in the process, they were rewarded, very much rewarded, but they lost they lost their respect or trust. And it didn't start just last year. It did not start when Tifnubu was declared winner, because there is no evidence of all his criminality, so to say, because right, it didn't start then. It built up over time. It was that year 2023 that finally broke it. And today, he's right. People would barely just, find a way around their problems than approach the court for justice, because you won't get it. No. It's always for the highest bidder and their elections. I have said that here before. Whenever they are telling you that, go and join their politics. Go and join their politics. What they won't tell you is that their politics is so crooked. It is so abnormal, right? That there is no way in this world that such process will produce any responsible or responsive leadership. It is impossible. Even if some of them pretended to want to be nice or good, it is just a smoke screen. I mean, a smoke and mirror. Yeah? The process of producing those who stand for your election is so corrupt, right? That the judiciary has become so entangled in it. And they have written spurious criminal judgments for these criminal politicians who have successfully had their ways. And they can't reverse themselves. They are entangled in it already. And that's why the entire whole thing needs to collapse. There is no quick fix. There is no medium fix or anything. So their political system is so corrupt. Abba, and she's right. You may be the one declared winner. And by evening, they will swap your name because somebody just went to court. Somebody that probably lost in your primaries just went to court and got a court order that nullified the process that produced you and approved his own name that just got submitted by just 2-3 people, and the court will stamp it, and that's it. That's their politics, So the judiciary, like she said, God will help them. No, God can't help anybody, any harm of government in that contraption anymore. The entire system needs to collapse. You understand? You will. She said more.
Honestly, he will help you. He will not allow us to be tools in their hands because it is very attractive. Any judge that wants to be multi-billionaire, you can do it easily. You don't even have to ask for it. They are chasing you, But if we're going to help this country, we have to stand beyond. If I go against the system, I may not get to the apex court, or I can be, posted to some strange place. We have to go beyond that. We have to go beyond that, and we have to come out in our boldness now. We have to come out in our boldness. We have to be bold. We have to be ready to confront the system. We have to be ready to confront the system. The sages we talk about of old, they are ordinary men like me and you. They're ordinary men. But these ones just decided that we are going to defend the people. They came against Decree 2, they came against Decree 4. And we are talking about totalitarian regimes of those days, that is Buhari and Babangida. But they went ahead and they decided, okay, if you say that you don't want us to intervene in those areas of the Constitution that you have suspended, whatever acts you do, you must have followed the law. And of course, soldiers, because I'm a soldier's child, they don't believe in, they believe in orders. That way, they were able to liberate. You saw judgments from bold people. So I'm calling for boldness, and I'm also calling for the NJC, who is doing a noble job. I must not but celebrate them because of the headship. There is a difference. They're going against corruption. They're going against all kinds of misconduct. But at the same time, we must be careful that we do not weaken judges that want to go out of the mold and come out in defense of the people and stand against the system. We have to be able to protect those ones, because if you don't have your way in a case, what happens in Nigeria now is they will write petitions. It's like they have even forgotten the appellate process. It is easier to write a petition. And when you write a petition, there's nobody in this room that does not have a skeleton in their cupboard. Everybody has a skeleton. By the time you start digging into a person's past, there's something you will find, And if one is not careful, a bold judge can be finished just because that judge has gone against the norm, against the society, and the person is a person of truth. So that is my plea to the NJC. Now, another plea is going to be for the everybody, the National Assembly, the presidency. We must pass those bills concerning the judiciary that I believe are before the National Assembly right now. Because I was part of the Summit of Justice. That's why I'm happy that Mr. Maiyegun is here, because he was the president of the Bar Association at the time. And there was a summit that was held, I think it was convened by the Attorney General's office, by the Nigerian Bar Association, and then UNODC and some other organizations that trashed, I think it was, about a 2 or 3 day program. Before that, there had been series of workshops, private workshops that were held. And everything was gone through. The whole structure of the judiciary, how to liberate it, how to limit appeals that go to the apex court, how to administer the courts effectively. All that was dealt with, the administration. And these are bills that should have been passed yesterday. I cannot understand why they did not.
Worry, madam. Justice. I've been a retired justice. Werewike is in charge of the judiciary. And Tinubu's kind of reform for the judiciary is Werewike's developed prototype. And what is that? Build mansions for the judges. Buy them some latest automobiles. Increase their salary, right, by 104% first year. Increase it again by another 276% again. So meaning they got a salary raise, or they got pay rise of over 380 or so percent in 2 years under Tinubu. That's the judicial reform. What other independence do you want them to have? So that they can become what? There is a name they actually call these judges in America. They have names for these judges that I think they call them radical judges. No, not radical. No. They are like Luther judges. You get what I mean? They are judges that would always, if the government is to the left, they are always going to go right. If the government is to the right, they're going to go left. So if you fall in on any of their, whether the federal cases, so they can always give judgment based on something that is like opposed to what the establishment wants. But you can't compare that with Nigeria, okay? Like she said, Nigerian judges themselves, the judiciary as a whole, there is not a single person. She actually used a blanket statement like there's no one in Nigeria that doesn't have a skeleton in his cupboard. Therefore, NJC is the umbrella body for the Nigerian judges. I think they call them Nigerian Judicial Commission or something. I don't know. So she's appealing to them that if any judge decided to just be on the side of the people, be on the side of the people simply means you are going to go against the system, the establishment, and they will always come for you. They will write petition and they will ask the NJC to remove you. But the NJC go for like who controls the NJC? The same executive. The Nigeria Judiciary submitted whatever it is that is left of their credibility when they turned blind eye before our very eyes like this. Right? They presented the evidence of the rigging. They presented the evidence that Tinubu shouldn't even be running to be president of Nigeria. He's a criminal, a heroin trafficker, and with all this evidence, it's a certificate forger too. Here you get, and the Nigeria Judiciary just became fully blind like that, partially blind rather, and they said the people didn't present any evidence. They didn't present any evidence that Tinubu rigged. They didn't present any evidence that Tinubu is a criminal. Really? So the judiciary submitted that. And since then, right, they are done. It is as simple as that. If any radical judge decided to be on the side of the people, there is a chance that that judge will disappear. And disappear in this context, it's not like they will kill or jail him. No. They will send him to somewhere that he will probably become so irrelevant, because in Nigeria, right, their system is built on favoritism, so to say. What does that mean? It simply means that there are juiciest places that you can be posted to, juiciest states that you could be posted to, and you be as a judge, and you are just going to become a billionaire. An example, if you are posted to become a judge in, whether a federal court to be appeal court to in Lagos, in Abuja, in Rivers, and basically that, yeah. Then maybe just, let's add Kano. Yeah, Kano. I don't know, maybe more. Those are places that if you become judge there, the politicians have enough money to bribe you if you have to do election case, if you have to do land cases, if you have to do land dispute, if you want to do, like, you will be receiving bribes. So majority of them actually prefers those places. Here you get, like they will say, she's going to be the president of the Court of Appeal here, that stuff. So they bribe for that. So if you become somebody that is on the side of the people, in cases that politicians have interest, they will write petition to the NJC, they will have you, swing you somewhere else. The judiciary, you see, people like that retired justice, there are many like that too. You understand? Those who believe that, some said that, okay, leadership, if you have good leadership, you'll be surprised, things can turn around and people will follow and all of that, and they believe that. And there are those who believe that, listen, if the judiciary should just automatically come straight, you get it now, like they follow their laws, and half of them decided to just like choose to want to put the politicians in their place. that Nigeria will change overnight. I was like, okay, people who have that kind of belief, they are not living in reality. You get that now? Because everything still comes down to you are begging those who are neck deep in this level of corruption or compromised judiciary. They are making a kill. They are multi-billionaires on their own as well from this corrupt way. So you are hoping that they will change their way, change their minds, right? And go against that particular privilege the corruption is giving them. So you see, it's not like, like you have the power to change that, but you are banking on the already corrupt, contaminated people, hoping that they will think about Nigeria and do what is right. The National Assembly, everybody, with this country, the way this country is going, it's not right. I mean, we are not happy. The blah, the blah. I want her to finish. There's a part more.
Contingents, there was a retreat and they invited me. And we went to the courts in Malaysia that had a terrible backlog problem. And the Chief Justice told us how he was able to do it. He said he had to come down from his seat, to the lower courts, and then they now sort out, okay, how many are the cases that are this up to this year? Okay, how many are the pending cases? Now, they now set up this force that, okay, maybe the older justices, you deal with the cases that are being filed. Okay, the new justices, you deal with the cases that have been 5 years and over. And he said that way they were able to deal with the backlog. And then they are also heavy on technology. I don't know why we're still writing longhand. I don't know why. I don't know why this country is writing longhand. Smaller countries, they have recording machines. When I was in practice, because I had recording machines that I wanted to use and I needed, I could finish a case in 1 year. But if I'm writing longhand, you can't. There's no how. The cross-examination of okay, now they have adoption of deposition. Cross-examination itself can take about a month if you are writing longhand. And you're very, aggressive to the people. You're you think I'm a stenographer. You're talking too fast. You're talking too fast. And because of that, there are just so many cases in the courts. So technology, we must, please, we must. The backlog, we have to deal with it. Otherwise, it's not going anywhere. We have arbitration centers, even in the Supreme Court. We have in the Court of Appeal. I believe that if you ask a flurry of litigants who have even got to the Supreme Court, would you like your case to go to arbitration? Some of them would say yes. Because I took this up. I don't know whether my Lord Justice agrees with me. Because I took this matter up with the, one of the former CGNs and also a justice of the Supreme Court. And he said that, look, anytime somebody files an appeal to the Supreme Court, what they want is judgments, not arbitration. But I'm saying that Nigeria has a peculiar problem, and we have to deal with that problem. No matter how it takes, we must deal with that problem. Having said that, I now want to plead with our judges that please, let us elevate merit and justice over technicality. Please, please. When people come to justice, when they come to the courts, there are some people that come to court for coming to court's sake. But basically, when people come to court, it's because they are saying, please vindicate me. Don't throw them away. The lawyers of old, the judges of old, and I refer to Justice Ogundare in the case of, I think it's Udua, Talabi versus Udua, where he said that technicality is a blot in the face of justice. that we must never allow it to make an ass of it. A lot of sages, judicial sages, have said the same thing. They have also said that, look, where there is a wrong, there must be a remedy. Justice Augie, you said that too. And you said it in the case of Nepa versus Awam. You said you must look for, if a man is entitled to relief, you must look and grant him that relief. That is where we have to go back to in this nation. I don't want to take your time, but what I plead with this nation for is that there has to be a change. The country is not moving. There's too much bitterness, there's too much rancor, there's too much division on every front, and we cannot move ahead. Truth has to come back. Righteousness has to come back. Contingents, you know.
That's the part I wanted to also listen to. The conclusion, or our conclusion, is that if you are somebody who could read, facial expressions and then a body language, you could possibly see an heartbroken woman who seemed to have seen it all and realized that she is just a tiny pin in the haystack. Like, when you look back and you're like, man, this country has degenerated so much. Like, how did they allow this to even happen? How? And then you can see that the people who have lost trust in the judiciary, in the courts, and expressing same every day, right? Actually gets to them, by the way. So, in that regard, people realize that no matter what those in government, or no matter what they do, they will never be held responsible. There is always going to be a way for the supposed court that should hold them responsible to free them. So therefore, the trust in the entire system is broken. The third estate of the realm that was supposed to uphold the last fabric of the country has been compromised and it is broken. So she is like and there are many, many like that, okay, that are likely going to die disappointed like that. Because that's what I kind of love to ask. You see all this hatred, divisive, tribal hatred that is currently so weaponized in Nigeria. And if you want to be honest, you will know that at the moment Tifnumbu became your president, it got more amplified as he made his, sewage dwellers to keep spreading that if you are opposed to Tifnumbu or Tifnumbu's government, it simply means you are an enemy of Yoruba land. And of course, you must be the friend of the Igbo. You see this Igbo Yoruba debacle that you are seeing all over the place, which majority of you will 100% agree is politically weaponized. Now, the elites themselves are seeing. So somebody like that retired justice that is over 70, she is still looking like, man, this country, because the judiciary had allowed criminals to perpetuate a state capture when it mattered most. They folded, and the criminals who have taken over the country have divided the country even more with so much hatred. So they want the judiciary to possibly do something now. It is too late. Too late. And they should worry more, because there is still so much worse that will happen. The Ronokus generally, let me tell you this story, right? I know possibly you've been following, and you possibly have, because I don't know how much they have gotten to a lot of people. However, in the last few months, right, the news coming from Ghana against Nigerians has been, tilting towards asking Nigerians to leave Ghana. And why? Okay. First, an old video of a man identified as Eze Ndigbo, Ghana, which is like their ceremonial, the Igbos in Ghana. Said they were going to buy some hectares of land to build Igbo village. You remember? So that came back to social media, and the reaction was like, no, because prior to that, there were already and also an already brewing sort of like rancor between the Ghanaian traders in that part of Ghana. I think it's Accra. So Ghanaian traders and Nigerian traders. So what is the bone of contention? What exactly was the problem? Right. The problem started when they said in Ghana, right, most of the wholesale traders, not all of the wholesale, most of their wholesale traders, those who come and sell in bulk to those who are going to buy and resell as retailers, right? They say most of them are from Nigeria. And the deal then was that they would sell wholesale price to these retailers, the retailers who had their own price to go and resell to Ghanaians. In the process, they now said some Nigerian traders are now opening shops where they are now selling directly to Ghanaians at the same retail price, but much discounted. So an example is this. Somebody brings their wares now, right? And they landed in Ghana, and every trader came to come and pick them up and say, okay, I'm going to sell you a pack of this remote control lights, right? I'm going to sell it to you for a pack. And in a pack, you have maybe 10. So I'm going to sell it to you for 10 CDs. So 10 CDs for this. So meaning each of them is one CD, right? One CD, one CD, one CD. Okay. So the retailers are happy with that. The wholesaler is happy. Everybody got it. So the retailer goes back to resell it to everybody in pieces. So it needs to add its own profit and, of course, tax and whatever. So the retailer, in this sense, is now selling each unit for 10 CDs. You get it now? So for what he got for 10 CDs for 10, it's now going to sell for 100 CDs. So these Nigerian traders who now have their own like shops, now selling in pieces too, right? Probably are now selling for maybe 2 CDs or 2 CDs 50, or let's say 3 CDs. So that simply means these retailers are going to be like losing a lot. This was the foundation of their wahala. You get? So it's been happening. They've been like back and forth and all that. While others are like, it's business. And others are like, no, you can't just come and run out of business like that. And in the mix of it all, right, Ghanaians, there are Ghanaians that actually like them, because to them they're like, they have names for them. I didn't cram out those names, okay? So they have names for the Nigerian shop owners. So they'll say the same thing, the same charger that I'm going to buy from a Ghanaian trader for this price is the same I'm going to buy for this from this Nigerian trader for this price. So that imbalance, that one is already going on in the local markets. It's not like it is the whole of Ghana. Do you understand? Then the Ronukus, in this sense, have decided to amplify it making it more or less like it is an Igbo thing. Listen, you see, when I try to explain things in this manner, right, it is to possibly allow you, right, to see beyond what an end result want to be like, a premeditated end kind of like result. So let me explain that to you. Outside Nigeria, for example, when you push any agenda in the name of Yorubas or Igbos or maybe another tribe that you feel like you could actually like tag as responsible for anything outside Nigeria, it is more or less like an act of foolishness, so to say, because you see, outside Nigeria, people barely care where you come from in Nigeria. And as much as you probably will have your targets, I mean, you have your preferred target and targeted, right? But there are others who has nothing, right, to do with whatever you might be angry about that you know what I mean? And then they will become victims too. And I have seen people targeted, not because of where they come from in Nigeria, simply because they are from Africa, from Nigeria. So when in this day and time anyway, on social media, where everyone just want to, you get me now? Everybody just want to try to show who is, meanest, so to say, like who can display the meanest sort of like attitude. So all they need is just an excuse. Do you get what I mean now? Then back in Nigeria, where they have amplified your Yoruba versus Igbo this. To some of you on both sides, right? Whether you are on the side of the Igbo bigots, yeah, or you are on the side of the Yoruba bigots, fighting, doing this your tribal nonsense and the rest of that, right? The point here is this: except for the fact that it is more or less like a politically motivated, and you are trying to outdo one another, right? But when you look like inward, you realize that as much as you are trying to probably hurt yourselves, there are others who are going to be caught up or ended up caught up within that madness, who are really never interested in any of this. But not that it actually really mattered that much. Okay? But the thing is this: if this is your reality, that you have so much to say about the Yorubas and how Yorubas are this, that, right? Or you have so much to say about the Igbos are this or that, like the Ronukus are pretty much pushing, right? The thing here is this: it should be easier for all of you to begin to, renounce Nigeria. You can't hold on to Nigeria simply because you have a Tifnumbu, all right? And at the same time, begin to mark ground on social media, because it doesn't really actually like work that easily outside the social media, except in Lagos. Do you get what I mean? Right? So this their wahala in Ghana, right, has now snowballed because it's social media now. They have the Ronukus who are there to remind everybody that if anybody is doing anything wrong in Ghana, it is the Igbos. That is what they are doing in Lagos too. That is why we want them out of our land. And people are reading all these things. Ghanaians are pretty much like your next door neighbor when it comes to social media. So they see everything too. And to be honest, I think it helped influence some of their own reactions on social media and off social media too. So putting Nigerians in Ghana, especially Nigerian traders in Ghana, right, in harm's way. But an average Ronuku doesn't care. Probably believes that there's no Yoruba person doing business in Ghana too. Or, oh yeah, if there's a Yoruba person doing business in Ghana, hey, see, if that person says Ghanaians, if that person says he's a Yoruba, leave him alone, okay? Just go after the Igbos, eh? Or if that person is, that level of madness being displayed on the world stage, they are just the evidence, right? That, except for those who are probably still pretending, they are the evidence that this contraption is better apart. Now that you still can, without all of us grabbing guns. Because if politicians want us to start killing ourselves with the level of hatred they have already kind of like embedded in so many of you, I don't think it's going to be really hard, before you start shooting yourselves if you have to. Just saying. Anyway, this is where Nigeria is. This is something they want to probably pretend it's not happening. Somebody made this video in Nigeria, possibly in the UK. I'm not sure it's in Ghana. And with this level of vileness, I will close my case.
Wallahi are supposed to be prophets. I don't know why I don't want to be prophet. Sure, I remember when I talk this thing, say, now these people importation, now ain't spoil Nigeria, now ain't make us stay where we did today. So now let me prove it to you. You see the same problem where they get for Ghana, the same problem they're having in Ghana. If you see what they happen for this spare parts market, where they say they want to get one meeting this afternoon, today Wednesday, so they're having this meeting this Wednesday. Guess what happened? They said those spare parts, those Nigerian spare parts dealers, the Igbo spare parts dealers, said they used to be their suppliers. Listen to this one. Said they used to be their suppliers. All they did was supply and go, right? Then all of a sudden, they started setting up shops. Guess what? So now they set up those shops, right? Then started competing with the people they used to supply to before. So now, before that they supply something, give those ones 10 cedis, right? Those ones go sell out 20 cedis. They could make 10 cedis, right? So now these same people, where they supply them the product for 10 cedis, decided to open shop next to them and started selling it for 10 cedis. So now let me clear you on this one. Let me clear you. Wait to one crossroad. I don't cross road. So you see, say if you remember, say them they buy them, then they supply them 10 cedis, right? For them to be supplying at 10 cedis means they must have been buying it. That's the supplier. They must have been getting it from the manufacturer for like 5 cedis. That's why they are selling for 10 cedis, right? Supplier. So now retailer, right? Retailer can't retail. Those ones they sell them for 20. Those ones self will make 10 because they could pay shop rent and all those things. So now you, where you be supplier before, you now decided to start retailing. Don't you know what you've just done? You've just killed everybody's market. All the other retailers, all the Ghanaian retailers, you've just sent them home. And you just don't care because money na water to you or anything will be money, now you just care about. That's why they want you to leave. And me, I don't blame them. You have to leave. But the problem is this, like I said, you don't tear your passports. So I don't know where you leave they come. Because you see, it was hard for us to combat something like this. That's why our Nigeria went the way. When we look at our fuel, they would rather us buy imported fuel than buy the one Dangote is manufacturing locally in Nigeria. Because they want to make money. They don't care. They're ruthless. When you hear ruthless businessmen, they are ruthless businessmen. So, my Ghanaian people, please, save yourself. Me, I no good. One thing about me, I know sabi lie. You understand? My gift where God give me, I know sabi lie. I dey see things because I think deep and I think outside the box. So it's either if we save for Nigeria, want save Nigeria, we must stop all importation. Anything we can manufacture locally, do without it. Yeah. If you can't manufacture it locally, do without it. If those people, where they make, let's assume it, you want wear Gucci, right? You want wear Gucci. Make Gucci come, they make the Gucci for Nigeria. Simple as that. So they go say Gucci made in Nigeria. That's why you will see Gucci made in Pakistan, or Gucci made in China, or Gucci made in Turkey.
Nuisance lele. Nuisance lele.
There are so many young people with that kind of, foolish mindset of that young man too, right? Because to them, it is the fault of someone who brings business to Ghana and decided to expand it the way he wanted, not the fault of the government, right? That possibly makes it impossible for these local traders to produce that same products in their country other than to import it. It is not the fault of the government that probably couldn't put together or set aside the fund to help the local traders to be able possibly form a union and begin to import their own stuff themselves. It is the fault of a man who came to solve a problem, or a woman who came to solve a problem, a gap in the market, legitimately, not illegally, legitimately. It is not the government of Ghana that is accusing these traders of doing any illegal trading or malpractices. It is the local traders who have become so angry that, they will lose their businesses if these suppliers fails to sell to them and continue to open their own retail shops. Similarly, in Nigeria, an average Ronuku or another Dons Nigerian who knows very well that when it comes to this importing and what have you, of course, the Igbos kind of like dominate the area. And to hurt the Igbos, we must stop importation. Who is going to stop importation other than your government? Then they blame the Igbos, whose main aim is business, filling in the gap, not the government, that makes it so almost impossible, unprofitable to produce those things in Nigeria. He said he thinks deep. I'm somebody who thinks deep. What kind of thinking deep is that? So if the supplier stops supplying your market, what happens? Would you not close your shop? So what are you going to do? You probably now would what? Form a union that you can form now if you want to. But no, that is what politicized, weaponized hatred looks like. They said it's because the Igbos are importing to Nigeria. That is why Nigeria cannot produce things. How do you actually really sit down and reason like that when your government, your criminal government, continue to brag of how much money they are making from what people are paying on importation, forgetting the fact that the much money they think they are making from importation, it is you that is going to pay it back. Is that not a simple economics? Again, every shop or where have you that you go that they are selling spare parts, the Ronukus ordinarily believes that it must be owned by the Igbos. They are the ones into that place. You cannot do competition with them. But again, I am yet to see any form of a program. This time around, let's even use that same Lagos. I am yet to see a government program, right, that says in the business of spare parts production, importation, we need to create 100 standard Yoruba spare parts importers and traders, and government is going to give them this money. There's none. But you are not worried. You don't even know where they are getting their money from. You don't know how much they are having to actually cough out in order to have access to this money that they are using to run their business. You don't care about that. You are just so worried that why are they controlling everything? They want to control everything. What do you mean they want to control everything? The people that want you to believe that they want to control everything, what exactly are they providing for you? So that at least that can be an advantage, a leverage, because nobody is providing the same money for them from their own place. Nobody is saying, okay, you know what? Enugu state government, all of you going to Lagos, you should come to Enugu state government house. We are going to mobilize you with 100 million naira. Go and multiply it in Lagos. You don't even care how that comes by. The economics around, behind that. And of course, the supposed role of your own government, if they care for you, people don't even think that and say, Omo, in Yoruba land, when it comes to fabric importing or manufacturing, there are at least over 200 locally sponsored multi-billionaire fabric merchants who have their factories. They can't even provide you electricity that can help you to be productive all over the country. You're not looking at those who are really responsible for the imbalance in this whole thing. It's like somebody saying, they are importing fake drugs. Hey, how did the fake drug get into your country? How did it get into the stores? How did they manage to sell it to people? Who are those who have the power, the authority to prevent all of that and even jail them? But you are not angry with those ones. You are not sad that some people are so comfortable taking bribes in, aiding all the illegalities. But you kind of rub your rage of other legalities on the lack of probably, competitiveness. So the politicians milked that. You're looking around and wondering, this one came from this place, this one comes from here. The biggest investor in Yoruba land right now is from Kano. Is Dangote. Here you get. So there is no means of creating wealth locally. When you have 100 people in this particular field, 100 here, and over the time they will create another 100, another 100. And before you know it, you have created a buzzing and bubbling economy that is beyond even just Lagos. But you all know where the wealth is really kind of like pocketed. The pocket of the criminal politicians and their friends. But you are a tribal champion and all that, proud of it. Have to defend ourselves. Now there is a problem. I was just, scrolling on the TikTok. Then I came across these collections of videos. I was like, Kilotun Shelembi, what's going on here? But what I found is quite shocking and sad. Because inside Ronu, there's also another Ronu. And there's more Ronu inside all Ronu. Thank you, Charade. I know about eleganza. You know what I'm talking about. We used to have all these flour mills, Odua group then. We used to have all of these kind of like industries back then. Majority of those, they were creation of the Western region at the time. If you kind of go back, right, you will realize that somehow, majority of their successes were linked to the program of the government of the Western region that made access to, to funding for some of those, because they are more or less like what government wanted to do. Wanted to do this, wanted to build this plant, wanted to build this manufacturing, this or that. But we're going to build up this farm settlement that's going to be based on, cultivating this particular crop and all that. And it will be serving this, but, all over Yoruba land. That is no longer existing. You know what I mean? Rather, people just feel like, some people are dominating this area. If they are dominating this area, there should be a chance to what? If you feel like the people should be, you get people empowered in that area. You support them enough that at least, right, you create that balance. Enough that there will be no room for all this bad belly, politically motivated hatred. Anyway, me, I say I am a Yoruba. I didn't know that me as an Ijebu man, that is also a Yoruba man, I am actually referred to as Kotu. So some say that they are the Oyo, I think the Oyo people who originally believes that they are the original Yorubas and others. So these guys are on TikTok and they're saying, no, they are Odudu ones. Quite confusing, right? Then they started mocking every other Yoruba subgroup, and I'm like, hey, wow. So inside Ronu, there is even more Ronu. And if you unwrap it, there is another Ronu. Endlessly. Here.
Yoruba to hide their identity. They are not part of us. Now, if we saga their Oni, we are your people, we get the secret of Oni of Ife. You understand? We get their secret. Now, we saga them anyhow. That will no consign us. No be with the saga una. You get
please,
they una,
put me on this screen. Put me on this screen, please. Please, put me on this screen.
Okay, I don't put you on big screen.
You see,
now,
these are the people.
Like.
If you want to identify them from
Yoruba,
look at them. You see, they are the mama ko. Now they be that too. Mama ko.
Wahala not too much.
Now the court king be that to I beg go Bikonu. Now their king be that. Now their king go. We have nothing to do with court. Now their king be that.
Go to people.
Mama ko.
We have nothing to do with them.
Akẹ́kùn ọwọ́ tẹ̀ yìí.
So please.
Akẹ́kùn
please, we are different. I beg.
This is priesthood, not royalty.
You get.
Akẹ́kùn, you don't put the mark for your face.
Now. Anybody
Akẹ́kùn, let me see your face. You don't put the mark.
Something. I not be cold too. I beg my people. I be Yoruba. No, if you want to see them,
no, the
best way to identify Mama ko.
Code to mark.
You see that? You see what people for eye? You see am?
My brother, the night code.
You see am? Mama ko. Now them be that. You see am?
Code to mark.
Those are the code too. They are not Yorubas, please, and they are our slaves. Now let us talk facts. Out of the 7 children of Oduduwa, we have them. They are all heading. They are all kings of kingdom right now. If we ask them which of the 7 Oduduwa children is Oni, they have no answer to that. Oromiyo, who found Oyo Empire and found Benin Empire, is one of the Oduduwa son. Ask them which one of Oduduwa son is this nigga right here. They have no answer to that. Mama ko.
Oni na slave. Oni of Ife na slave. You get na slave we no get identity. You understand? So we are your people go they come live. You get go they try educate people. All these people where they use our name, where they tarnish our name online, they are not Yorubas. You understand? They are called code too. Now waiting we just want to make you guys know, people from other tribes, they are not Yorubas. All this Kamabola, 20 life to life, Yalo the Empire, all these low lives from Ondo and Ekiti, Ijebu, Egba, they are not Yorubas. They have nothing to do with us. The only thing we just join us together now because they speak our language. They are speaking our language.
Mr. Adidayo.
Mongboy. Ma? Absolutely.
Please tell News 24 to screen record this our life.
Woman. The Peking too can be governor of Osun State, but you go see all these low life Kotu people. They go talk say the video people Davido pikin no fit be governor. Davido pikin because he don't marry.
Wọ́n parí o. N ta dúró sí lórí pé kì í ṣe ọmọ Yorùbá. Èyí tí afẹ́fẹ́ ti fẹ́ ta ti ní fùrọ̀ adìyẹ yìí. Ẹ̀rọ àgbọ̀ o, a sì nígbà. Àwo kì í ṣe ọmọ Yorùbá la dúró sí lórí kò sẹ́ni tó lè bá wa sọ. Ọmọ Odùduwà la wá.
Ẹ wo. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni mo sọ náà. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni mo sọ náà.
Òdodo.
Ẹ máa gbọ́. Bí gbogbo yín ṣe wà ń bíbà yìí. Ọmọ 50 years ń bẹ́nu yín tó sì yọ̀ǹgì dáadáa. Ẹ lọ sọ́yọ̀ yẹn.
Ọmọ tó bá rí bó ṣe wà yẹn, ó yẹ ọkùnrin tó bá lójú inú ni mò ń sọ. Wọ́n bá rí Dámì bó ṣe wà yóò yẹ kó gba ní blocking straight. Kó má bàa rí mọ́. Kó má bàa rí mọ́. Tó bá ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn gba ní blocking. Kó má bàa padà rí.
Irú àwọn báyìí ò tẹ̀ rí.
Láàdù tó ń fà. Máa òkúta tó wà ń bẹ̀ máa yọ kúrò ń bẹ̀. Máa sàbí ìgbà tó bá ń sa ẹ̀wà.
On social media, so those of us who, that's why I said that the inside Ronu, another Ronu day, because inside Ronu, right, they have classes of citizens. Here you get those who are like first class Yoruba, second class, third class, up to 12th class. Do you understand? So they have that. While some believes that, others are like their slaves, like you heard in that clip. So it is all mode of confusion created by, I love that word, scallywags, nuisance. And it is because it is a kind of line of social media thought right now, which is, like I said, politicized. So the conversation spread just like that. Is tribe versus tribe, ethnic versus ethnic. We have this, you are our slave. And these are people who are in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. These are people, especially those who are in Nigeria, these are people who are facing an existential threat to their lives, economically, security-wise, and in many ways. As we speak, they dedicate so much time debating who is superior, who is inferior, who is this and who is that. Somebody said that the Nigerian politicians just win jackpot because they are running a country that is populated by easily distracted people. I don't want to use the other word. That one is like, it's not nice or palatable, Then this young man was like, I've missed everything going on. And as much as some of you are fantasizing with Nepal, this is actually real time to let you know that except something is done, except you act, no one is going to do it. So that's on TikTok.
Show now they see what be the meaning of protest. Show now they see what be the meaning of protest for Nepal. But now, once they start protest for Nigeria or they start protest for any states, now to carry DJ enter center of road, start with the dance rubbish dance. Now to carry a gay enter center of road, start with the fried chicken, the fried turkey, they cook soup for center of road, they play ball for center of road. Una say una the protest. Sure, that's what be the meaning of protesting. Una just say the meaning of protesting. Protest go start. None of una go say more lead squad, go politician ask or say okay, Mona you go show us one cancel or ask more tear head. No, say no. Now to the cook rice, to the do TikTok challenge for SI protest, to the do TikTok challenge for SI protest, to the guard come out for SI protest. You see flying kick where they give prime minister. Flying kicking, they chose to meet prime minister in 4 months. I don't be your con, more your gather go find Okpewolo. More your tea Okpewolo head. See, in fact, the protest why they want me, you're starting. Not be all this Mugu protest. First of all, the people who you feel locating, now all those Okpewolo SSC. No man them and what they call the other one. Those two first. More of use those two to start. Then if those two don't go report to governor, say what is up. Say change, not still come from those two. Say they want to assume now to get everybody down. All those police where they fancy the art. If we don't start now to the throw skippy rope and to the play tete now na sabi turn out to thief. Now go start to this until the thief till they rob people where they follow now they protest, people where they follow now they suffer. Now go start to this until they rob them. You hear say they rob anybody for Nepal, say they go rob any poor citizen. Not be all the politicians as they go, they lose as they lose it. Sure.
Just reaction to Nepal. Just in case, if you get to that point of trying to replicate it, so it's just giving you some heads up, like motivational speech. But people believe that Nepal won't be replicated in that contraption. Maybe not anytime soon. As much as there is, I don't know if you know about that, there is a CIA projection that Nigeria will erupt into a serious political crisis starting from 2026, the second half of 2026. I know it sounded like, prophet of doom. But I heard it, if I hear something, I will tell you. And those who are going to be the prayer warriors will be like, in the name of Jesus, we avoid it. I don't know, like something like we rebuke it. Rebuke. Right. But Shore wants you to know that no matter what you think you have as an alternative to ending the misery, as well as the entrenched corruption in that contraption, until you try a revolution. Because listen, no matter what this one looks like horrible as any present government is, the one that comes after it is always worse. That should scare you before you venture into, wanting to participate in their charade, and already rigged one. In Shore's words, recently.
And the solution, people, is a revolution. We are not going anywhere without adding the revolutionary favor to this next election. If any one of you is still under the illusion that these old baggers, as we call them, we hand over power voluntarily to us, we are deceiving ourselves. If any one of us under the illusion that the plastic card that is referred to as the permanent voters card will guarantee you a transfer of power from one generation to the other, you are wasting your time. Because why? That card is already on Alibaba. They figured out where they cannot control the card. They figured out how to withdraw the card from circulation. Most of Lagos now, they have these cards in their possession. And when election day comes, they will be the ones in control of the cards. Of course, a few of you might vote, but your votes will not count because it has been designed to fail from the beginning. And I'm saying to you, if we born very early, we might actually win the battle before the war. And what is the battle? It's a battle of minds. There's no question about it. A lot of young people are confused, and you cannot blame them. If all you have had your entire life is being battered and badgered and disgraced and denigrated, you will have no self-esteem. And you will not have the ability to even challenge your oppressors, because most young people in Nigeria don't even know their oppressors. The people who are the oppressors are their role models. That is why you find out that most Nigerian young people are more comfortable with younger musicians who are singing about things that have no relevance to their lives, as opposed to musicians who are singing consciously about the socio-political conditions of our country. So, I could stand here telling you that, well, these people are old, that's the problem. It is true that they are old. That is what they call gerontocracy. But there are also a lot of young people in the system who are morons, and they are practicing what I call morontocracy. And the combination of these young people old people is the reason why Nigeria is in the condition it is today. Each time you find a Buhari, you find a Yahya Bello somewhere. The people that gathered in Abuja for the 2 million man march were all young people for Abacha. The people who largely pushed for third term in this country were young people in their 30s. Right? People who were there saying that Jonathan have no rights to become the president of Nigeria when Yar'Adua was dying. They were young people. In fact, the person who was Speaker of the House of Reps at that time, Dibeji Bankole, was perhaps the youngest of our generation. And he did everything to frustrate Jonathan coming to power. You know, my sister just said that, you know, this is the worst government we have. I agree with her. But it's a progression. Because Nigeria has been in a situation that it is today. The last government is always better than the next. But that don't mean that the worst, in fact, if you ask me which is the worst government, it hasn't come yet.
And he's right. You are still going to see craze. You know, they will say, you want to see craze. You want to see crazy. You will see crazy. When Tifnubu is finally consolidated his grip in 2027, you go see crazy. Libabs, thank you very much, Baba. I got your message for my cup of coffee. Thank you. And of course, to everybody who might want to also buy a coffee, so there is a link. I think I'll drop that link in the comments, possibly, right? You can use that. That's Shiwara for you. Reminding everyone, that's just like a few years back. Yesterday, they had this confusing court judgment or order. One was that David Mark and Aregbesola should stop parading themselves as chairman and secretary of ADC, their coalition party. Then the court said, no, that's not the judgment. In fact, that's not the order. The order rejected the request of these applicants, something, right? So that same yesterday, right, to maybe Kachiku, their presidential candidate in 2023, who is also in court, said that Politico and others actually hijacked their party and they won't let go without a fight. Bob D. Dele Momodu was with Sheung last night, I believe. And we were talking on the matter, and he kind of like directly was appealing to Dumebi and other things he said. Let's go to their politics now. Yeah.
The 2023 presidential candidate of the ADC, Dumebi Kachuku, perhaps should be referred to as a stakeholder in your party. So I'm surprised that he is one person who has kicked against some of you and your friends who have been in the corridors of power for about 4 decades now, joining the party. In fact, he has described you and other members of the party as enemies of Nigeria who are determined to drag the nation backward. Is that true?
Well, maybe happens to be my very dear brother. I call him Aburo, he calls me Egbon. And I reached out to him. I went to his office to speak to him. He gave me his reasons why he is fighting, but they are not things I can put in the public domain. But I just want to make one correction. Being a former presidential candidate does not make you the sole owner of a party. Otherwise, even our Oga, former governor Peter Obi, and former Labour Party presidential candidate will not be where he is right now, where they've turned him into a floater in Labour Party. I was a presidential candidate in 2011 on the platform of the National Conscience Party, which was a party that was co-founded by the great lawyer, Chief Gani Faweyimi. Gani Faweyimi did not own NCP. There are others who have contested on other platforms, even as powerful as Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso is one of the most influential politicians in Nigeria today. He cannot lay claim to be the sole owner of NNPP. So even Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, who is probably the most experienced politicians around today, since the time of SDP in 1993, when he stepped down for Chief Moshood Abiola, he never claimed to be the owner of PDP. So I don't know where this new sense of entitlement has come from, where Nigerian politicians will say, no, we will not agree, we are the funders. Some people funded PDP. Today, they've lost control of PDP. That's the truth. And in fact, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was one of those who funded PDP at the beginning. Whenever he was aggrieved, a good Democrat would let his party be. Now, suddenly, ADC has become a very prosperous political association. I'm not using the word party because it's an association of, like an amalgamation, association of so many different political groups and interests. So, with all due respect to my friend and brother Dumegui, he knows we've come way back and I love him. And I've told him, don't let anybody use your head to break coconut. It is not necessary. If you are aggrieved, if there are things you want for your party, don't kill this beautiful baby. It's a new baby. And you should be happy that some people now are able to take your party beyond where it was when you left it. So I left NCP quietly. Peter Obi right now is not in control of the party that came third, according to INEC. It's not me, according to INEC. A party that, and a man that many people did not give a chance to go that far. He stunned many of us. He surprised us. And I believe he still has many surprises that he can pull. He's not in control of Labour. Those who are saying, former President Goodluck Jonathan will run on the platform of PDP, I doubt. Because those who are determined to kill PDP, they are still very much entrenched. Those who are saying, okay, he and former Governor Peter Obi are meeting. It's normal for politicians to meet. They meet all the time. The other day, when we saw the picture of Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, people said he's going to dump NNPP and he's going to APC. People speculate a lot. This is not a time to speculate. This is a time to focus and strategize. So all this noise about this will go there, let people go. In a democracy, if you cannot agree on consensus, then let there be primary. Let them go to open, and whosoever wins, so be it. That is my attitude.
So, Bob D, giving his own take on Dumebi's move and others. He shouldn't let them use his head to break coconut. We have no idea why is that. Break the coconut means that some people might be using him. Well, that is obvious. Okay. So where the wicked controls the court, and there is a chance, right, that they will likely get a court to help give them an injunction before the end of the year, or maybe next year when they are going to do their leadership nomination or being a convention. Same thing with the PDP. A party state is what if Nuban is Ganga pushing. And the way it is, they might get it. Or when those who are pretty much responsible in part So they rot in that contraption to the state of Nigeria as it is, when they become acceptable to you, and you have to, I don't know, it's just going to be like from frying pan to fire as well. Nothing is going to come out of it good in the interest of the people. Probably not. When it comes to, how they think they are going to figure, or probably fix any form of crack that may appear after they choose their flag bearer, in which Atiku is considered as, the projected one that's going to get it, right? And if Peter Obi sees that signal and is practically not up for, up for it, so what will happen next will be him going it alone. And going it alone itself, according to people, is also playing to Tifnumbu's script. So there is no winning for either side on this, right? And the more they are divided, the likelihood that Tifnumbu will have his way. And it's looking like he's going to have his way already. So let me give you my own reasons. Okay. The first one is Tifnumbu still hold the power to choose who is going to be the INEC chairman, and not just the chairman, including every of the INEC returning officer for the whole country. He still hold that power. And so far, right, in the face of everybody, when nobody did anything, Tifnumbu appointed the APC, Egbekegbe's members as INEC returning officers in Nigeria. An example of one is that of Edo State, who they said is a cousin to Werewike, a member of APC, Egbekegbe. And there are many others like that. So that same model is still in play, meaning the oppositions are still kind of like divided, right? And by the time they finally probably find their way to come together to want to say they want to face Tifnumbu, they will be forced, okay, to play according to his own rule. Tifnumbu is going to remove Mahmudu Yakubu if he failed to renew his, his tenure in November. So Tifnumbu is planning to choose a Yoruba man from either Kogi or Osun, Kwara, or even go to Delta to go and look for an Insecurity. I have heard that too, but again, it may mean nothing at the end, but this is the play. So your 2027 is probably not going to be conducted by Mahmoud, and whoever is going to be to take up the assignment is also going to follow the footstep of Mahmoud, but refined by Tifnumbu and this gang. So the opposition won't have any chance of changing any of that. They are not even ready to lead the millions of people that they want to rescue, lead them on onto the streets to challenge Tifnumbu's policy. Something that tells me that, likely probably just retain some of, or most of the policies too. But since a lot of you are suffering from it right now, so it's a good thing, a very good PR for the opposition to say, look at the people suffering, look at that, but they won't even lead their supporters on the street to demand for reversal. They won't do it. Peter Obi won't lead his supporters. Atiku won't lead his supporters. All of them will come together and say, okay, you know what? This particular one, we are leading the people to at least show Tifnumbu that you are ready for. So they won't. And if they are going to, it's probably going to be too late. You get what I mean? So that's why I said that they're going to play into his hand. This issue of their IREV and what's that thing they call again? IREV and Beavers. The issue is still the same. In all of their mid-year elections, you have seen the repeated same style of rigging, writing results, snatching ballot boxes, and all of that. So it's the same thing that's going to play out. So nothing is going to be different, but this time Tinubu will be in charge. The opposition will be divided. So he's going to have his way. That's my theory. It is beyond just the rhetoric. It is beyond just the fancy words, the stuff is beyond that. So nobody is actually like putting fire at the, under Tinubu and his gang right now, right? About how the election will go. And that is the real cocoa. But maybe I am jumping the ship. And since I am not an expert, I can be an expert. Come on, I've been doing this for over 10 years. That's enough for me to become a professor when it comes to this, their politics. And I can sit down and write something that will be so close to any projection. You get what I mean? So when they talk about Tinubu's, what's that called? Power of incumbency. It's not just because he controls the army, he controls the police. No. The fact that there are some technicalities that Tinubu and his gang will maintain and in fact weaponize. That if the opposition are genuinely interested in actually getting rid of him, right? And those things would have been challenged by now. They would have started giving him the vibe of, if you rig the election, do you see the number of people that came out in Anambra? Do you see the number of people that came out in Port Harcourt? Do you see the number of people that came out in Kano? Do you see the number of, do you see the number? Hundreds of thousands, led by this one, led by that one, just so you know. But they won't do it. I don't know. They won't do it, which makes me believe that most of what they tend to condemn, because you are condemning them, you are affected. You are the victim. You are condemning them. So they are condemning them too. But if they genuinely really condemns them, right? Baba, they will not be afraid to tell the government, say, you know what, there are millions of people that feels like this, and we are ready to tell you that you either change this, right, or we'll change you. And then let them shoot you. Let them shoot at Tifku, let them shoot tear gas and all that, and see how that plays out. But they won't do it. They won't do it. The last time they did it was Boko Haram, Tinubu, El Rufaya, Atiku, Amechi, and all of it, when they staged a protest against the time, remember? In 2014. Okay. In Abuja. They must conduct election. They must bring back the girls. Bring back our girls and all that. Here is what Kenneth Okonkwo, his own take on how the opposition are planning to, to move on the moment they choose a flag bearer.
So that they will attract other aspirants. And when they come into primary, whoever wins, they will be the support base that he would have from all the zones that will help him to win the general election. Winning the primary election does not make you president. The most important thing is the general election.
I'm still unclear as to what changed, though.
Yeah.
I mean, with your support for Mr. Peter.
No personal reason. I made it clear that Labour Party as our base, whatever happens to that party has happened to our alliance.
Why?
That is just it.
He's not a member. Well, we don't know.
Well,
he's a member by word of mouth of the ADC.
Good.
So we would think that your alliance will continue with him in the ADC.
I have told you that whoever wins the election of ADC in the presidential primary, I will support. Yes, but I have told you that if Labour Party, that was the foundation of our relation, we met ourselves in Labour Party, is no longer there. Going forth will be a new arrangement. And you have the right to decide what you will do going forth.
So there's no impasse between both of you?
Don't know what?
There's no impasse between both of you?
I don't have any personal problem with my brother P2B. Nothing.
Okay.
No, nothing at all. No personal problem. Politically, I've told you my own strategy. What I think is a winning.
I'll support anybody that emerge. He's for Tifku. He's already said it. He said somebody who can face Tifnubu needed to be somebody who has had who had had the experience, presidency experience, and who also have the financial muscle, and who also have the national coverage and so many other things, yeah? And who is also ready to fight when he gets cheated. Or whatever happens, right? Time shall tell. Thank you very much, Jare, my lady Shakira, as well as Sir Morgan. You probably won't want me to mention your name. So thank you for that, PayPal reach out. So thank you. Bless you. So yeah, you can support Maiyegun via the PayPal link. It's so straightforward. Once you click the link, it takes you to that small page, and all it takes is just how much do you want to give? $1, $2, or £1. That's it. All right? Or you can buy me a coffee, which, hang on, I think I could put that one on the screen. And all you have to do is just use your phone to scan the QR code. I think it's called QR code. So scan it. And there's going to be a link that will show up on your phone. Tap it. Once you tap that link, it will take you straight to buy me a coffee. Right? Let me put it on the screen. One sec. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So if you put on the camera of your phone on your screen, whether it is the TV or another phone, right, you can get the link. Somebody will drop the link in the comment as well. Okay. So thank you. Let us go to the next one. Our time is almost done. It is the fight between Dangote and Nupeng. Few days ago, we pretty much touched that, talking about the reason why Nupeng insisted that Dangote must unionize his workforce. Dangote received about 4,000 trucks, CNG trucks, to transport his products to the filling stations across the country who are affiliated to him. So he signed this kind of like retail deal with some, oil fuel distributors in Nigeria. So their outlets will receive Dangote's fuel. And his offer is that he's going to be delivering them for free. Meanwhile, going ahead to do that, not unionizing his drivers, means that Nupeng may be losing nearly 1 billion naira every month, 12 billion naira or more every year from Dangote's businesses alone. So they insisted, because they also believe that the workers will be able to fight for their rights if they are not unionized. It's unionized. So if they are not unionized, however, they were invited to a meeting called by the Ministry of Labor in Nigeria, the Minister of Labor and the Minister of something on that Tinubu, a few days ago. So they reached an agreement. In that agreement, it is said that, right, this was the, okay, hang on, that's the release. So this was supposed to be the agreement, okay, that since workers' unionization, unionization is a right in line with the provisions of the extant laws. The management of Dangote Refinery and petrochemicals agreed to the unionization of employees of Dangote Refinery and unionization of employees of petrochemicals who are willing to unionize. That the process of unionization shall commence immediately and be completed within 2 weeks. This September. And it was agreed that the employer would not set up any other union. Arising from this strike notice, no worker or employee of Dangote Refinery and Petrochemical will be victimized. Parties will revert to the Honorable Minister of Labor a week. And, after the conclusion of the engagement, based on the MOU, Nupeng agreed to suspend the industrial action with immediate effect. That was the news. So everything seems to be all right. Everything seemed to be fine until this morning or last night when Nupeng changed their stand. Because according to them, yeah, Dangote can't be trusted. So they released a statement. In that statement, okay, I think I have it on the screen. Yeah. In this statement, they said this is to alert the general public and the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that notwithstanding the resolution reached and signed at the office of the DSS with 3 ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Deputy Director General of the DSS in attendance, waiting concern DSS and industrial action, for goodness sake, man. Anyway, let's go to paragraph 2. Today, Thursday, 11th September 2025, he instructed them to forcefully drive into Dangote refinery to load, and union officials stopped them from entering the refinery to load because their trucks violated union loading rules and regulations. Alhaji Sayu Aliu Dantata flew over them several times with his helicopter and then called the Navy of the Federal Republic to come over, ostensibly to crush the union officials. Our members are willing, our members are waiting for him and his agents to run them over. We call on everyone to let Alhaji Sayu Aliu Dantata know that he is not bigger than the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and we strongly condemn his arrogant attitude towards official institutions of this great country and blatant lack of respect for the laws of this country. We call on the federal government not to allow the Navy and other security agents being paid by the resources of this country to be used with impunity against the laws and people of this country. Security agents should not allow an individual to ride roughshod with impunity, even while not observing terms of agreement reached in meeting in which security agents facilitated along with ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are, by this statement, placing all our members on red alert for the resumption of the suspended national industrial action and calling on the Nigerian Labour Congress, trade union, and all of them to please join us because our agreement with Dangote don't break down. Indeed, the drama in front of the Dangote's refinery was cut for about 50 seconds, and I have a copy of that. This was them, the Nupeng drivers, blocking the entrance, preventing the trucks that Dantata brought in to load. And you know, primarily, right, Nupeng needs to be paid 125,000 naira before you load anything. It's called loading fee. So Dangote is already dealing with some other small marketers that are already complete. I don't know if Princess is watching though, but I'm coming back to that. So these Nupeng guys are saying that they are fighting for their life. That if Dangote should go on like this, not only that they will lose money, they are also going to lose their jobs. Others are saying, but there are other importers now. They said, no, Dangote is trying to monopolize the importation, monopolize the oil industry, the fuel, petrol industry or something. Here, in front of Dangote refinery or petrochemicals in Lagos.
Yeah, this is a total blockage of Dangote refinery main gate. When it refused to follow the MOU you have signed before the ministers and other stakeholders in Abuja, now come home for another team, performing another team entirely. So we continue doing anti-union. So there we are now. Yeah, we just started. And at the end of the day, he said he's going to bring towing vehicle to tow everything off. He said he wants to come and tow off all the tankers with Janway. So we are waiting for him. Thank you. Yeah.
They are waiting for him to come and use Janway to tow them away. So that's their own way of protesting. So the MOU broke down. And why? Right? Here is, I don't know if he's an expert though in the area, but he's from the private sector too. This rift or face-off between Dangote and Nupeng.
So what do you see? I mean, and I asked you that question for someone in the private sector. You run the business as a private sector interest, just like Dangote. You make a lot of investment and you are focusing on your profit and how to run your business, and you see this kind of thing going on. How do you explain what is playing out between Dangote and Nupeng?
Okay, so what I would say is that on the one hand, why is there a fracas in the first instance? I would say that Dangote wants to recover their costs. They've spent a lot of money. There are lots of things, whether it's in production, in cost, in transportation, and all of that. So on the one hand, you have Dangote trying to make sure that they recover their costs. On the other hand, you have Nupeng trying to ensure that their trucks are still on the road, their workers are employed, they have a good salary out of all of this, and all this adds to the bottom line. So you have the Nupeng and the protection of workers increasing cost, whether it's marginally or otherwise. But their position will ensure that there is a marginal increase in cost on the Nupeng end. For the Dangote end, they want to remove all of that and bring it down to minimum zero. And that's where you have the differences. Now, somebody has to mediate in the middle of all of this, and that's where the federal government comes in. They sit down and mediate and look at the Nupeng cost and agree to arrive at a point that should be okay. And Dangote then agrees to pay what has been negotiated. Once you have come to that agreement, which is what I believe had been agreed to, once that agreement has been done by all parties, my position, if I was in the business sector, would be to begin to operate that and see how it turns out in the bottom line. You can always come back to renegotiate a position, but to cancel and not do it at all, I think it portends dangerous signals for the industry.
Do you think that Dangote refinery is handling these in the right way?
Well, what I would say is that if they signed an agreement, and that agreement which we all saw, that agreement had certain conditions to be met. The minute you sign that agreement, integrity demands that you obey or you stand by your agreement. If you're going to renegotiate the agreement or there are things that you don't like, then you call everybody together and you renegotiate it. What I saw, and from the federal government's perspective, an agreement was reached. And as long as that agreement has been reached, then my position would be that you have to honor the agreement.
You get that now? And in a simpler explanation, right? Dangote built a $20 billion refinery. It was supposed to be getting its crude oil from Nigeria. That was the arrangement, the agreement is signed. And in the process, he said it would give Nigeria shares in its refinery, not considering how much Nigeria also gave him for this same refinery under a shady arrangement that Emefiole claimed that Dangote has repaid back the money even before a drop of a teaspoonful of crude oil could be refined. So the arrangement he had with Nigeria got broken because Boko Haram and his gang used the crude oil allocation, the local allocation, the crude oil allocation for the local refiners as part of their deal with the IOCs, the international oil companies, the real people that are extracting Nigeria crude oil, all right? So they give Nigeria about 40-45% of the proceed, and then they also make sure that a combined total of 300,000 barrel of crude oil every day is also given to Nigeria. This ordinarily should have been the crude oil allocation to Nigeria and Nigeria's refineries if they were working. However, what Boko Haram and this gang did with that crude oil, remember that Nigerian refineries were working at over 55% capacity in 2015. That was the horrible Nigeria they said they inherited. And when Boko Haram was leaving, Not a single refinery in Nigeria was working, not a single one. Not only that, the 300,000 barrels of crude oil every day allocated to Nigeria has now been given and used as a collateral for a loan that Buhari took. Now, Nigeria has no extra crude oil, not for the local refiners, not for Dangote. So that breached that arrangement. To the point that Dangote now started buying crude oil from America. Nigeria used to export crude oil. Now, because of Dangote, Nigeria is now importing crude oil. So it's easier to get crude oil from Texas than to get it from Bayelsa under the APC. So in this process, right, Dangote as a business is believed that he's doing everything to make sure that he recoup his money. Now that he's sorted his crude oil from outside Nigeria to the finished product, the first set of people that came after him were the government agency, the one in charge of the crude oil. They were supposed to tell you if the production, the refined product of Dangote refinery meets any standard at all. Then they came out and they said that Dangote's oil didn't meet any standard. Remember that drama? So they were the first to come for him. The another set was was he going to get his product to the to the filling stations, put it that way. So he will need Nupeng, he will need all the truckers, and with their help, he will be able to get his product straight down to the people that will patronize him. And he faced another challenge there, because in the time that Dangote said he's got refined products ready to supply Nigeria markets, it was also around the time that Mele Kyari of NNPC, right, and his associates in Ohando, Wale Tinubu and others, were importing the highest ever imported product to Nigeria under any government. So it contradicted what they were telling us. They were celebrating that Dangote refineries, now that is working, is enough to stop, it's going to strengthen the Naira, and it's going to stop importation of fuel. But the reality, they were importing more. So it became the contest between Dangote's product and those ones who are importing. Those who are importing the product, they were in government. They were making so much money from dollar subsidy, because they needed the dollars as well. So this scheme behind the scene makes Dangote, right, a threat. I remember it is the industry where everything was like working the way they wanted it to. Dangote is the new entrant. So the main message they could tell everyone then was that it's coming to monopolize the market easily. It is easily sold. If it comes to monopolize the market, all of you will lose your job, all of you will lose your businesses and all of that stuff. That works well within them. However, Dangote with his own money and his investments, needing to recoup his money, muted a different idea. I could actually bypass all these people. Government, their agents, the oil marketers, the truckers. If I decided to go make deal with some of these oil outlets, the fuel outlets, the filling stations, and indeed, it's like going on to say, okay, I'm making a deal with, just an example, I'm making a deal with fat gems or fat gems. And you know that fat gems alone have like maybe 400 outlets across Nigeria. And I decided to go and make another deal with Princess Oil. And Princess Oil has like maybe 800 or 900 outlets. So I decided to make a deal with maybe 4 or 5 of these outlets. And at the combination, the combined total of maybe 2,000 outlets across the country. And you're like, okay, that's good. But in this case, it's like Dangote succeeded in securing a deal with some, filling stations and their outlets that will run up to like over 4,000. So what did he do? He placed order for 10,000 CNG trucks, right? The trucks that runs on gas, that one. So ordering 10,000 means it's going to need 10,000 drivers. And conveniently, it could actually run the entire country and take over about, like it can single-handedly take over about 70 to 80% of the operations of oil distribution in Nigeria. That's massive. That is the fear, right, of NUPENG. Their membership will dwindle as the outlets they will be servicing will reduce if they are unable to lay their hands on what and how far Dangote wants to go, because it is like the future. Put it that way, it's like the future. And what they are saying is that it's just going to be a matter of time. Somebody who placed order for 4,000 trucks or 10,000 trucks would probably have the capacity to order for 100,000 trucks and wipe all of them out completely and take over all the oil outlets. Those who don't want to run at loss will sell theirs. And in the space of 10 years, there will be nothing called NUPENG. Probably you'll be reading about them in the book. I think that's their fear. Do you get that? So that's their fear. Because it's like it's going to happen anyway. And the only thing that can possibly stop Dangote in the long run is going to be for a government to come and nationalize its company. And then they can then use politics to start selling it in part, Nigerian style. I'm not wishing that on you. I'm just saying that Nigerian style, Nigerian way. But the way it is right now, I remember there was a time I said, man, why didn't he just buy all the filling stations and buy as many as possible and supply them directly instead of waiting for these agencies and all that? Baba, that's exactly what he's doing now. And it's becoming so scary for a lot of them. Those who have been dealing with fame, you get what I mean now? Those who have been dealing with fame have said that it is so unstable. Like, they can give you a price of, a product today. For example, it's okay now, for those of you who want to probably go and resell it. So they're going to give it to you for 820 naira per liter. So by the time you go and resell it, you probably will sell it for 830 naira. And the filling stations will probably, with other logistics, they will sell it for 850 naira per liter. Now, remember that process, right? But they said that with Dangote, he can give it to you now for 820 naira. Simply because it's already announced that it's going to be 850 naira. So you know that in the process, you're going to make probably 10 naira or 5 naira. And a week or two later, they may just bring everything down to 820 naira. And that means you can't sell it for anything above 820 naira. And with that, you may just wipe off your entire profit in just 1 week. That is so unstable. So sometimes the monopoly, the fear of him becoming the monopoly king in that sector, like in the other areas, scared the people who have, transacted with him. Dangote is a brutish businessman. Talking about brutish, a man escaped recently in Kwara. He didn't escape. It was released by his captor. Let's go back to their real issue, insecurity. This is somebody who survived from his abductors, but it wasn't for free. Listen.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà, ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ a rí yín bí a ṣe block ọ̀nà pé no movement torí pé wọ́n pa àwọn èèyàn wa 5 ní àná ló jẹ́ ká block ọ̀nà. A dẹ̀ rí pé wọ́n gbé yín wá rí bí aṣọ yín ṣe dọ̀tí ló jẹ́ ká béèrè pé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ sí yín sà.
Wọ́n jí mi láti 24 last month.
24 last month.
Èmi àti ìyàwó brother mi. So wọ́n ti gbé wa sínú ìlú tán dè wá mọ́lẹ̀. Ṣé ni mẹ́ṣìn náà fi dè wá dè mí mọ́lẹ̀? So ìgbà tí a lo 10 days, ìyàwó brother mi wọ́n dè mọ́lẹ̀. Òun jábọ́, òun bọ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn, ó fẹsẹ̀ rìn lọ. Later wọ́n padà bọ́ kó délé. So èmi ń tètè ní wọ́n gba 10 million fine.
10.5 ló gbà lọ́wọ́ yìí kán tó release yín ní alẹ́ yìí.
Àwọn èèyàn sì wà nùgbò. Táwọn jọ dè wá mọ́lẹ̀ àwọn kan ò tí ì sanwó. Àwọn èèyàn pọ̀ gan.
Àwọn tó wà nùgbò yẹn máa tó mélòó báyìí?
Ibì kan wà tán kó àwọn méje sí. Ibì kan wà èèyàn méjì. Ibì kan wà èèyàn mẹ́ta. Tí mo fojú ara mi rí ni o. Ìyàtọ̀ fáwọn tá a mọ̀ tán wà. Kò í ṣojú kan náà dè wá sí. Ibi kan dè mọ́ àwa kan. Àwa márùn kan la wà níbì kan. Àwọn méje kan wà ní ibì kan. So àwọn mẹ́ta kan náà wà níbì kan.
Èèyàn tó gbé yín dé bíbà ẹ̀ ní àárọ̀ yìí báwo ló ṣe jẹ́?
Ẹnìyẹn kàn ẹ̀
ó kàn rí yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń fẹsẹ̀ rìn.
Bó ṣe ń fẹsẹ̀ rìn bọ̀ wọ́n á kí pé ẹjọ́ òpó ìlú wò láwa ó ní òkun à mo ní mi mẹ́ni tí mo sá explain ara mi fún un ló wá gbà mí sí ilé ọ̀dọ̀ mo sùn lálẹ́ àná olóògbé mi dé ìlú tàwa náà.
Ìgbà tí wọ́n ń gbé yín bọ̀ ní ibi tí wọ́n ti fẹ́ rìlíìsì yín ṣé wọ́n fi nǹkan bojú yín kí náà fi gbé yín débẹ̀?
Màsíìnì náà fi gbé yín débẹ̀.
Wọn ò dẹ̀ fi nǹkan kan bojú yín. That shows that they are full of weapon, right?
Yes.
Okay. Báwo lẹ ṣe fẹ́ rìn báyìí ẹ ń lọ sí Òmùaran láàárọ̀ yìí?
Òmùaran mọ̀ lọ báyìí.
Àwọn èèyàn yín tó gbé ransom fún wọn ibo náà ti lọ pàdé wọn?
Mi ì mọ̀ wọn jẹ́ kí n mọ̀.
Wọ́n kàn sọ pé wọ́n ti gbé owó yín wá.
Okay.
So ṣé ẹ ó ní nọ́mbà èèyàn tẹ́ mọ̀ lórí báyìí kẹ́ ẹ pè wọ́n pé ẹ wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ so that tẹ́ bá dé outside ẹ̀gbẹ́ kan wá gbé yín nítorí kò sí mọ́tò tó ń rìn lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ báyìí o kò rẹ̀ sí wọn jẹ́ kí mọ́tò wọlé wọn dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí mọ́tò jáde.
Mo ní nọ́mbà yẹn.
Ẹ ní nọ́mbà yẹn tẹ́ lè pè. Ok, a máa fún yín ní fóònù tẹ́ máa fi pè. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ kú oríire.
Ṣé máa pe nọ́mbà yẹn?
So báwo lẹ ṣe fẹ́ reach out sáwọn èèyàn yín báyìí? Ṣé wọ́n fún yín ní answer tí yín? Wọ́n ò fún yín. Kò dẹ̀ sí kankan tẹ́ lè fi reach out sáwọn èèyàn.
Kò dẹ̀ sí bí fóònù àbí ọ̀rẹ́ yín tó fún yín fóònù. Wọ́n fún mi ní small phone kékeré kan.
Àwọn wo ló fún yín yẹn?
Àwọn tán gbé
kidnapper yẹn. Àwọn ló fún yín ní fóònù kékeré yẹn. Ẹ yọ jáde ká wò.
Síìmù tọ̀dọ̀ mi gangan náà.
Síìmù tọ̀dọ̀ yín náà fi sínú ẹ̀. Ok, ẹ ṣé gan.
So he was kidnapped and his family paid 10 million naira ransom, and then his abductor dropped him somewhere to find his way to them on hot. And they were asking him that were there other people. He said, well, there are many other people there. There's a place taken 2 people, this place taken 3 that he saw with his own eyes. This is one of the victims, well, the lucky ones that is living to tell his own story in Yoruba land. You know, Yoruba land. Ológundudu.
Báwo lẹ dé náà tí gbogbo aráyé ti ń ṣòṣùkè? Bọ́lá Tinubu, wọ́n lójú tó máa bá ní dalẹ́ kì í tòwúrọ̀ ṣe pin. Ìyàwó tá a sì ń fẹ́ lójú ọ̀nà tó nà yá ọkọ. Tó bá délé ọkọ ńkọ́? Ọjọ́ wo lẹ dé ìjọba táyé ti ń le kokoko bí ojú ẹja? Buhari la sì ń pè lólórí burúkú olórí kíwá ní Bọ́lá Ahmed. Ọ̀pọ̀ ọmọ Nàìjíríà ló para wọn. Ẹni ebi pakú pátápátá ò tẹ́ni gbèsè pa. Ìyẹn láyé ìjọba Buhari. Aráyé sọkúsọkú wọn kérora jẹrora. Èpè la fi sí Buhari wọgbó bíi ti Ibrahim Babangida pẹ̀lú General Sani Abacha. Ológun dúdú dé o. Bọ́lá Tinubu. Ṣé ká ti àsìkò yìí máa gbé ọ ṣépè ni àbí ká fi ọ́ ré? Iná tó lórí burúkú Buhari dá sílẹ̀ fọ́mọ Nàìjíríà láti rò pé wò ó bomi pa. Kàkà kí Bọ́lá Tinubu ó bomi pa náà jọba Buhari ṣe ló tún da pẹtiróòlù sáàrò. Gbogbo wa la rí ọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tí ó rẹ̀ wá lẹ́kún. Èròǹgbà wa ni pé gbogbo ìlànà tábíọ́lá fi lélẹ̀ ló fẹ́ tẹ̀lé. Àṣẹ àpamọ́lẹ́kún la jọ ń polongo rẹ̀ pé ká dìbò fún. A ti rò ó pé tọmọ Yorùbá bá gorí ìjọba yóò ṣe wá lóore. Àwọn àrà tí Bọ́lá Tinubu dá nípínlẹ̀ Èkó la rò kọ̀ ló jẹ́ kó lógun dúdú polongo rẹ̀ fọ́mọ Nàìjíríà. Bọ́lá Tinubu o, Bọ́lá Tinubu o. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni wa Ṣẹ̀tìmà àtọ̀sán àtòru kò yàtọ̀ mọ́ fọ́mọ Nàìjíríà. Bọ́lá Tinubu àwọn ọmọ nàìjíríà fi gbogbo ọ̀sán sákiri alẹ́ lẹ́ ọmọ nàìjíríà fẹ̀gbẹ́lélẹ̀ láàrin ebi òru tó yẹ kí wọ́n máa sùn ṣe ni kálukú ranjú sílẹ̀ oorun ọ̀wá ṣe bẹ́ni tó bá jẹun lálẹ́ ni ó sùn láàjì. àṣẹ pankẹ́rẹ́ ni buhari fi ń na ọmọ nàìjíríà tí gbogbo wa ń ké. bọ́lá tinubu kò bókó lójú mẹ́rin rèé nítọ́wọ́ ahmed ẹgbani bẹ́ẹ̀ a sì polongo pé ká dìbò fún ọ lórí pé bọ́yá ara ó tu nàìjíríà. báwo lẹ dé tí gbogbo aráyé.
I'm out to everybody to but yeah, I'm not worried. So, because to Tifnumbu, you can all say whatever you like. I will beat you silly. That's his confidence, and that is the confidence of the Ronukus too. Remember?
Oh, beat them silly.
Hey, Jagaba! Hey, Jagaba! Hey, Jagaba!
Hey, Jagaban! Hey, Jagaban! Oh, beat them silly. You know? Here is a personal kind of testimony. And I don't have any view on this. So I'll leave you to it. Watch this. Somebody's reality after a long time. Delusion. But my highlight is the part where this woman said majority of the people who were going to so and so, they no get, they get coin. Watch this. Come and take a personal.
One of my former members when I was in choosing, a crowd control member, we are in the same department, crowd control. He came yesterday with this gift. He said that this thing that he used it to give me as a bulletproof, that as I'm a backslider, that if I use this clothes, sleep, the angel of the pastor will appear in the dream for me and convert me back to choosing. That I need to come back to Christ. That they miss me in their department. So when he said it, I told him that I have one. I did not bring it yesterday because it's at home. This one is what enemy submitted one. Look at it. And enemy submitted. The one I bought when I was in choosing. So I told him that this thing only work for advertisement. You see, this apron is just for advertisement, nothing else. I have to educate him yesterday. I took his man back. When our pastor was preaching, he said, I'm going to look for that video. One day I will look for it. He said that somebody that spy for 10 hours, that the children called him, that their father don't buy, and somebody put the phone on the man, somebody who don't buy. And immediately he prayed and commanded the man to come back to life, and immediately the man came back to life. People clap, we rejoice then, because I was brainwashed. Then, I took his mind back. I told him that now, our pastor, the first wife, he did not use this apron and bring him back to life. The second one, he did not use this apron to bring him back to life. His driver, he did not use this apron to bring him back to life. The in-law, Pastor Godi, he did not use this apron to bring them back to life. Now, many people have been losing their life because of this apron. He opened his mouth, tell the members that if you see any danger, you should mention that you are choosing and face somebody that is with gun. Imagine, when you go see danger, when you're supposed to run away, you will stand with this nylon. Anybody that have pish, you will stand with this nylon to confront that person. Because your pastor said, it happened in Ghana. One of the choosing member, all these bad people come his shop. He started shouting, I am a choosing, I am a choosing, I am a choosing. That is how they acquired him. Because his pastor instructs them to always stand danger with nylon. You see, people where those pastors, all these pastors don't buy, big past people where Boko Haram don't buy. Imagine somebody to come out and tell us that if you carry this nylon, see somebody where carry pish, you should go and stand for the person. This person that is telling you this thing is going with security. This person is going with bodyguards. This person cannot travel to his village because of insecurity where they is. They hear them, but this person is instructing his members and he said he loves his people. telling them that make them meet danger. Me and you not say this thing no dey work, but the Umokokos no say this thing no dey work. They believe say with this nylon. That is the reason why you see elderly person will carry this thing wear for body, go stand for danger. They tell the danger say I am a choosing. If choosing people dey 100, I'm telling you based on experience, because now where person go, now you go know. I was there and I go tell you. If choosing people dey 100, 50% of them get score upstairs. I'm telling you the truth. 50% of them have what they call score. They don't think well. They know the reason well. Imagine you going with this to go and confront somebody with porn. Ordinary hand, carry nylon, stand to say you get faith. You go and confront people. And the funniest thing is say when they carry those people, they'll come tell them say they don't get faith. They'll tell them say they don't get faith. I just look at the man yesterday. I don't know what I go tell the man. Then looking at him, he go see say this one hunger. But he put his trust in God. My sister said there was a time her baby was sick. I traveled. I have to buy medicine for her. When I say and they put anointed handkerchief for inside water, they give him pikin. I buy medicine for them. Despite say I buy that medicine for them, she go tell me say before she go give that medicine, she have to pray, use the God of choosing, use anointed water, anointed handkerchief, put for water to use and give that medicine so that it will work.
We are a poor nation. The ban coal will follow. They say firewood not smoke. They say we need to plant more trees. And they are not giving us money. We need to open our eyes, shine it, and tell the West. If you don't guarantee our finances and work with us to stop this, we are not going to comply with your climate change. They're doing.
Tiagasa, they tiagasa, he fell, he fainted, he passed out. He passed out. 70 years old man. But when their people came.
On that note, I'm going to say thank you for your time this evening and all the time, right? Please like the broadcast before you leave. If you haven't already, share it as well. I'm going to see you another time. You'll have a good evening and a good night.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun diary. Bó bá ṣe é. Maiyegun ti dé.
To extend the state of emergency and except if a full barra actually ready to join APC. So it remains a rumor. And today, Ibas said the transition back to democracy in Rivers State has begun. So we are starting from that. And then pointing this out as well, the Tifnobus mandate in Rivers State is to get with the weakest men back in charge. And if that singular mandate is the reason why Ibas is in Rivers, then it has been fulfilled. As with the weakest men and lackeys have been put in the strategic places, including the local government administration. So Ibas report card, according to him, all right, 1 sec.
A successful, fair, credible, and transparent elections were held to elect officials for our local government council areas. You also recall that Mr. President's mandate to me on the 18th of March 2025 was to stabilize and create an enabling environment in the state to ensure the re-establishment of state institutions and to return the state back to democratic governance. Of course, which meant that we had to have a local government administration in place. And so, with the successful conduct and subsequent swearing in of the local government chairman and their councils, I want to believe that we have achieved the mandate that we were given. And so that also prepares the way for us to return the state to those who were elected to govern. Let me, on behalf of the people and government of Rivers State, commend RISEC, the chairman and the members of the committee, and all of the management of RISEC for a job well done. I think this commendation also flows not just from within Rivers State alone. We have also had commendations from lovers of Rivers State from within the country. Yes, elections have been conducted in the past. Yes, elections have had their ups and downs, but for once, an election was conducted where nobody was harassed, where people went out freely to express themselves and to select whom they wanted as their leaders. I'm sure when we go through the reports and review the content, we'll be able to issue official statement on the conduct and the whole process. I want to assure you that the people of Rivers State are appreciative of what you have done for them, and we are hopeful that we will build on the experience that we have gotten from the conduct of the last election. And so I want to also use the opportunity to thank my team that has been that supportive in all of the efforts, the members of the security services, the SSG, as well as the acting head of service, for all of the inputs they're putting into making this exercise a success. But that is what it takes to build nations, these collaborative efforts, this synergy, and I want to believe that will continue.
And on. So, IBAS will be bowing out in another 5 days or so. So, what is now next for Rivers? At least the illegality of, the president removing the elected governor, the House of Assembly, as Stephen Ogu declared, the illegality has now stand because a precedent has been laid. So this precedent means that any other governor anywhere can be removed by any president. And maybe now they probably will have to amend your constitution again to make sure that that one is included as part of the power. Because currently you don't have that. Anyway, so what will be the next thing for our Rivers? I think it was yesterday they were doing, they were doing civil servant verification exercise. That was so chaotic enough. Still coming back to that. So what is next for them of this?
How people are being gathered like sardine in Port Harcourt Civil Center, where we were told to come for verification. I wonder how humans gathered so many persons here. We have men, elderly men, we have pregnant women, we have nursing mothers, we have those that are even sick, all in this hall gathered. Up till now, so many persons slept here yesterday. Up till this morning, nobody has been attended to. Nothing has been done to anybody. See the crowd. Nothing is happening. Everywhere scattered. No organization. Nothing. As in, nothing is happening. Please, we're asking whoever, come to the end of your people. Because you can't imagine that at the end of the day, all of these people will be gone. They'll say it's ghost workers. We cannot be having ghost workers. God forbid. When people are ready to work. See the crowd of people gathered there, seated. Some persons are even standing. Nothing is happening. Nothing. See, it's morning. People were here at 5 a.m. till now. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening there before. Nothing. Nobody. Nothing is happening here. Nothing is happening here. Nothing. Time keep running. Before you know, they will say it's closed. Nothing is happening here. People are being gathered like sardines in civil.
So there are reports of the absence of absence of governance in some part of the state, especially the state capital in Port Harcourt. However, we'll leave that for the people of Rivers to probably say. But what was Setifnumbu's mandate? So IBAS was to the only way the breakdown of law and order could be prevented, according to them then, was to get to give Weaponized what he wanted. And what did he want? The control. And right now, he has all the control. And it is not just the control of a PDP, it's also controlling APC. So where would Fubara end up? Like, where is it going to end? We don't know. However, there's a guy called Tonye Cole, right? He's a regular kind of like a contestant too, who wanted to be governor of the state. So currently he said he's the leader of APC in Rivers, and with a wiki should possibly choose one side. That enough of trying to be in control of two sides. So my own question would be like, is Tonye Cole speaking his mind, or is he speaking the mind of the supposed APC, and is he speaking the mind of Tifnumbu? Because as it stands, when it comes to River State, PDP, APC, and to some extent the Labour, they are all at the fingertip of Weaponized, but not to Tonye Cole. Listen to this.
The local government chairman who won the election are those of Tony Okocha. Am I right?
Correct. No, there's no disputing that.
Yeah. So it means that some of you who call yourself APC members have now been thrown to the backyard.
No, that's not what it means. So the first aspect of it is this. In Nigerian politics, one of the things that we have seen over and over again is that people move from one party to another, they cross carpet, there is no ideology as far as political parties are concerned. People move as far as interest is concerned. So we know today that all the PDP councillors and those who went in primaries and they went in as PDP, they came out as APC, no problem. We do not, there's no need disputing that. We've seen that that has happened. What they're all wearing today is that they're wearing APC colors. So again, no disputing. Now, what has to be done is that since they have decided that they are now APC, then they have to follow the allegiance of where APC as a structure must stand. And that's where it is. So, who is their leader? If their leader is the Minister of the Federal Republic, Nyesom Wike, then the question is this: is he APC or is he PDP? As far as we know today, he is PDP. Now the question is, and this is where the confusion lies, and we must straighten it and clear it. And I don't have any problem with this. If you are PDP, then be PDP. But we cannot continue confusing the electorate in Rivers State and confusing Nigerians, because it is dangerous for democracy that you are in one party, you are controlling another party, and we are creating a one party, trying to create a one-party state that is a mixture that nobody is clear about, and we're going into elections that way. What does it portend for Nigeria moving forward? It means that you can have a president that is PDP, and he's controlling National Party APC as a president, and Nigerians will just sit down and not know who to vote for. Where are we going? The point here is that sanity has to come into the political environment. If you're APC, you're APC. If you're PDP, you're PDP. If you're ADP, you're ADP. If you're Labour, you're Labour. And let us start building political parties that mean something to people. This entire movement and shifts that we don't know who is who anymore must stop. So my agenda is very simple. Can we begin to be very clear about what political parties stand for and who they attract, so that we know what we are voting for? Right now there is too much confusion, and we have to clean it up.
I mean, is it not embarrassing for some of you who say you are leading the APC, accusing Nyesom Wike, who said, I am a PDP member? Wike has never said he's an APC member. And now those of you who are saying that he's controlling the APC, his one leg is APC. The man said he's a PDP member. Those who say, look, it is you people that have not been able to get a hold of your party and take charge of your party. Why would a PDP member be running your party for you?
Absolutely correct. And that is why I have come into the picture. We are not disputing the fact. It is a big shame to everybody who calls themselves an APC leader. Believe me, right from the president down to the smallest member in APC in Rivers State. It is a big shame, and we cannot allow it. So any candidate, anyone who is an APC, authentic APC member from the beginning till now, that allows this to continue, is a big shame to all of us, which is why we must sit down and say that enough is enough. Let us now address the fact as to how we want politics to begin to run. Now, if we say, as Nigerians, that what we want now is that there is no clear party, and that's how Nigerian politics is now going to be shaped. So it doesn't matter whether the governor is LP, his candidates are anywhere, and he controls everything. That's the kind of politics that we want. If that's what we agree as Nigerians, then we know that that's what we're doing. The only person who is left to make a declaration as to where he stands in terms of all of this is the Minister Nyesom Wike. And where I would implore him to act, very, very, very simple and honorably, is to come and join the APC. Leave the PDP. Come and join the APC, so that we all know now that we are standing in one block. No division, no confusion, nothing. Everybody is one block. This is where we are. So that we begin to play the dynamics of party politics in the state. Allow PDP to be. Allow ADC to be. Allow Labour to be, allow YPP to be. That's what democracy is about. Let parties form their strength and come into the equation. Once that happens, then we know where we are. But as it is right now, nah.
So
it's not going to happen. Because that is not how to play smart politics when it comes to these criminals and their style of politics. You have to make sure that you control the opposition. You get it now? Control the opposition. You control them. by having your own men inside, right, to continue to sabotage them in order to make it impossible for them to challenge your favorite party. One party system, that's how that works. Anyway, let's leave Rivers for somewhere else. So there is currently the World Championship for the athletes, right, all over the world, currently taking place in Japan. And Nigeria is among the countries that qualified to be there. Nigerian athletes were also participating in different sports, right? Also been like ferried down. However, the drama which started from yesterday was when the athletes started receiving their kits. So Tobi Amuson, the lady that recently won the 100-meter world record, right, went on a Snapchat to call out the Nigerian Federation of what did they call themselves? Athletic Federation of Nigeria or something, AFN. So she called them out, like, number one, right? The kind of kids they sent to her and to her other colleagues was so embarrassing that when they started seeing the videos of their colleagues from other countries, right, displaying their own kids, or the kind of kids for the entire, championship, it became even more like sadder. I don't know if you have seen the video. I added to our video and another American athlete who also received their own package just before flying to Japan. Right? Watch both.
Fans me. Oh my gosh, shoe size. The shoe size when they collect with them. I go show you guys waiting Jamaica collect. And when I tell you, say Jamaica did the same WhatsApp group with Nigeria, but they're not worse like this. I go show Nana. Second period, what did they do? Don't carry the athlete suitcase, they go Tokyo by road. Nigeria never collect suitcase.
Okay,
Oh, Nigeria, all the other countries, they give their athletes suitcases. See what in Nigeria pack kits put for athletes. Every year, that's how they collect her. It's one small, like no bag. A country, which company be this? Iresa. This country will steady embarrass you. Now, can't say many people not switch allegiance. Now, never ready. I beg you. Nigeria give us one. Rosie is a laugh. I'll put it for video now. Two. Men are the can't more. Two like that. One. Kilele, je boxer si lele abi. Even blind man no say this thing. It go be like nika for my body. They give us two. Everything two now they say oh yeah. Competition gear. Maybe say if you sweat like this, the color of it if if it pee for your body. I beg. Down the water. Wait a minute. They went to bash one. All of our. I don't think what time you. Tomash bash two. Tomash bash three. And extra butter. Edge of the wrong. And in their words, podium way, up and down. I beg, long tight either. Wear long tight, wear 3/4 tight, wear long sleeve. No singlet, no nothing. We don't even get clothes we go wear for dining. This thing they give us now is strictly competition gear.
I know this one. I don't think I've under that place. I don't even know black tights, like black things.
So as it is now,
She's even bigger than the last 2025 World Championships track and field Team USA kit is here. Time to unbox her together. Let's go. She's a biggin'. Holy mackerel. Golly. Wow. Team USA. Bag suitcase. This backpack suited up with the flag. Yep. So we're definitely going to use this pack for road camps. You know the drill. If you saw the other video, we've got the drawstring bag with a bunch of tampons, and then another drawstring bag. You never have enough drawstring bags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, hats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then arm sleeves. Yes, socks. Miscellaneous. Thank the Lord, I got another sugar bottle because I just forgot mine in that bag. So, a win is a win. We got some KT tape, handy dandy Gatorade towel with a Gatorade bottle and the goods inside. Bottom miscellaneous. We got full tight leggings, blue shorts, red shorts, sports bra, another sports bra. T-shirts. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, the t-shirt. A little crop tank moment. The one that I always wear, the Sprint Airborne. And then of course we did the one-piece unitard, the buns, spandex, my personal favorite, the 7/8 tights, and then the full-length tights. Yay to the uni. Y'all have seen it all before, but we're running it back 2 times. We have warm-up top, warm-up pant, rain pant, rain top. We got podium jacket top and podium jacket pants. Yes to the outside layers. We got the pullover, the matching cotton fleece set that we love to wear in the airport and just around the team hotel.
Literally so much gear. I am so thankful, blessed, and excited. Can't wait to be in Tokyo soon. Y'all stay tuned for some very exciting things. And of course, hopefully the giveaway info will be coming very soon. Love y'all. Bye.
So you be the judge, right? They were both going to represent their countries. And somebody said that they have been partly defeated even before the competition. Well, at least the registered are. The cyclists or the cyclists, those ones who were there to compete in the bicycle, what have you. Number 1, right? Until they all got there, that was when they realized that they were not even registered for the competition. But they qualified though. It's just for your athletic, what they call Athletic Federation of Nigeria, to make sure that they impute them and register them for all the competitions. No, right? So those ones traveled to Japan, and when they got there was when they realized that they were not even registered for the competition. So they just have to go back to wherever they came from. And when it comes to all of the officials that were supposed to be taken to Japan, not a single one is left behind. They loaded themselves because nobody wants to miss the extra code, not necessarily for the competition per se, right? So when you see some of them switch allegiance to another country, there are some certain things that you can say, you see, for you to be patriotic, right? There are some certain things that will automatically like demotivate you, and patriotism will probably mean trash to you. You know, it's crazy. But let's leave that for a moment. Omoyele Sowore has been receiving direct threats from the APC Egbekegbe stalwarts. They are urchins, including the ones appointed by Delta State Governor. So initially, the Dokpemu Stupid Service, DSS, wrote to Elon Musk to help them, right, remove Sowore from X, the Twitter, because Showore's constant criticism and abuses of Tifnumbu on social media is getting too much, and it is a threat to the national security of Nigeria. So I think Elon Musk ignored them, probably never got the message. So they had to write Sowore himself, right? A letter from Dokpemu Stupid Service, Abuja, demand for retraction of criminal, false, and malicious post publication. So this is the one they sent to him directly. You will recall that on 26th August 2025 at 11:38 p.m., a comment you made on X, formerly Twitter, platform, the criminal actually went to Brazil to state that there is no more corruption under his regime in Nigeria. What audacity to lie shamelessly. In reference to Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR, the president of the full Republic of Nigeria, has infuriated a good number of Nigerian citizens, particularly the president's supporters, who are already becoming restive. You may wish to note that your choice of words in the description of the president are false, malicious, and capable of inciting public disturbance, disunity, and breakdown of law and order. To put this in proper perspective, these statements are, to say the least, capable of causing insurrections or insurrection, as they are very odious, repugnant, derogatory, and uncomplimentary towards a person occupying the highest office of this country. Those insidious statements have the effect of lowering the standing, estimation, and respect of Mr. President before the citizens of Nigeria. God damn it, man. Like, is that not sounding like a joke already? Like DSSO, those who are responsible for the secret police, they're like the secret police, so their job is to discover a crime before they happen. Oh dear. Like, is that not even like reading like a joke already? DSSO. Okay. Say 3. Against this backdrop and in the interest of public peace, said public order, rather, security, and to protect national integrity, unity, you are hereby invited to A, make an immediate and unequivocal retraction of the false and repugnant post through the same platform and with the same prevalence as the initial post. Publish a public apology in at least 2 national dailies and 2 television stations with national spread, and send your representation within 1 week of receipt of this letter to the State Security Service Headquarters at number 1 Maitama Avenue. 4. Persons of your sorry, present, okay, persons of your state who are campaigning to lead this country, of your status rather, who are campaigning to lead this country as critical stakeholders of democracy must be of high integrity and therefore should exercise restraint. Anyway, so that's what they sent to Shore. He responded though. His response is also a very long ass read as well. I think I've got a copy. Quite interesting though. Right? So this was between Shore and the Stupid Service. So Shore responded with their director, Director General. I acknowledge the receipt of your letter, which you stealthily dumped with a security guard at the office of my attorneys in Abuja, Shore. Right? So the SSS was not created as a security institution. The SSS, now self-styled as the DSS, began as the E Department Special Branch, an office established in 1948 and initially located in the office of the Inspector General of Police. It was later renamed the National Security Organization, NSO, but on June 5, 1986, the federal military government issued Decree number 19, dissolving the NSO and unbundling it into three entities: the SSS for domestic intelligence, the NIA for external intelligence, counterintelligence, and the DIA for military-related intelligence. While the NIA and DIA largely kept faith with their mandates, the SSS under successive director generals has consistently acted bullishly, illegally, and unlawfully, serving as a ready tool of oppression for dictatorial regimes bent on breaking rules and repressing the rights of the Nigerian people. Sure. So thus, it is no surprise that you have once again resumed repressive hostility against me. In 1993, while I was student union president at the University of Lagos, policemen abducted me from the university gate during a peaceful pro-democracy protest. I was taken to your Lagos office after being driven around with my head tucked under a seat. Mawulo Way in Ikoyi, I was detained unlawfully for weeks at the notorious Inter-Center near Ikoyi Cemetery. It took several days of lecture boycotts to force your aunt to release me without charges. Again, in January and June 1996, during and after my national youth service in Yola, Adamawa State, your men detained me and later transferred me to the Nigerian Air Force Base, where I was held in hand and leg chains for over a week before release, again without charges. My NYSC discharge certificate has been denied to me to this day because of your unlawful detention. In August 2019, DSS agents invaded my hotel room, abducted me, and detained me for months over trumped-up allegations of treasonable felony, money laundering, and cybercrime. It was your first attempt to falsely accuse me of insulting a sitting president. That failed, as did every other false accusation advanced against me by the government through the SSS and police. During that period, you flouted several court judgments. Most disgracefully, your men invaded the Federal High Court presided by Justice Ijoma Ojukwu to abduct me even after bail conditions were met. To this day, you continue to refuse to obey two court judgments ordering the return of my confiscated properties, including several mobile phones and payment of damages. You and your ilk have dragged me through unscrupulous abuse and gross violations of rights for decades without remorse. In 2021, during the inglorious Buhari years, your agency propped up a charm group, the Incorporated Trustees of Global Integrity Crusade Network, to sue Sahara reporters and me on behalf of the criminally minded Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malamu. They prayed the court to compel me and others to pay Malami 2 billion naira for alleged trauma and emotional stress caused by Sahara reporters' publications in July 2020. In his judgment, Justice Obiora Eguatu awarded 100,000 naira against the litigants affirming the argument of our attorney, Marshal Abubakar, that they had no right to sue on Malami's behalf, just as you have no right to act as proxy for President Tifnumbu. Defamation, the judge reminded, is a personal thought. The Attorney General of the Federation should have gone to court himself if he felt defamed. It is elementary that only the person defamed can sue. Therefore, your attempt to demand the retraction is an incompetent and unlawful attempt to hold the president's brief. Section 22 of the 1999 Constitution requires the press to hold the government's responsibility and accountability to the people. Section 39 guarantees every citizen the right to freedom of expression, to hold opinions, and to receive and impart information without interference. Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights provides the same. Even in the UK, the sedition and libel laws have been repealed as archaic relics of a bygone era. The United Nations Human Rights Committee in General Comment number 34 has declared the free, uncensored media essential to democracy. Courts across Africa, including Zimbabwe Supreme Court and the African Court in Issa Konate v. Burkina Faso, have ruled that criminal defamation is unjustifiable in a democracy. Nigeria's own Court of Appeal in Nwakwo v. State, 1985, struck down the sedition laws when Nwakwo was convicted for criticizing Governor Jim Nwobodo. The court held that sedition was unconstitutional and inimical to free speech. Justice Adekeye in IGP v. ANPP asked how long Nigerians must suffer under colonial era public order ordinances designed to gag dissent. Criticism is indispensable in a democracy. Freedom of speech includes the right to say what those in power find uncomfortable. Justice Olatawura reminded us that citizens must defend their hard-won freedom of expression and that those in public office must not be intolerant of criticism. Where boundaries are crossed, the remedy is civil libel, not unlawful repression. The DSS desire to please the powers that be has always destroyed institutions while building strong men. But where are those strong men today after your service broke laws and trampled rights to protect them? So rather than vilification, we should be commended by living up to our constitutional responsibility to hold leaders accountable. I am glad you made reference to my constant desire to seek change, the very drive that led me to run for the position of President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, even though my commitments and convictions predate partisan political endeavors. Right? So, Showore, you have no business telling me how to criticize the president. But knowing the nature of your service, it is clear you have not learnt your lessons. Let me state it clearly once again. The determination of the Nigerian people to reclaim their country from thieves in power is unwavering and shall be achieved. Freedom cometh by struggle, a luta continua, Victoria Asata is Oseshowore's response. And since the DSS are now writing letter and threatening to possibly arrest someone for saying something about Tifnumbu that is so true, maybe they should also begin to look for these guys. There's one that made a video. They said DSS shouldn't be wasting their time on Showore and all that. Showore is, they should leave the dirty job for people like him, right? He said, leave the dirty job for people like us. We can take him out. And he made a video of that. It's not just about if he is capable of doing it or not. It is just so you understand that Nigeria has become so lawless, right? That people could make a video like this and still go to bed and sleep and expect nothing to happen. Because nothing will happen.
Saore, it is high time you stop misleading Nigerians, because I cannot be able to differentiate criticisms and what you call what did they call it? I don't even know. But if you want us to have problem with you, we are going to have problem with you. So the only offense our president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, have
was because it's the president of Nigeria that you go online, you go on your social media outlet and call him criminal. Are you not a criminal? You are a bigger criminal. You are a murderer, Sanwore. Calling IG, illegal IG, director DSS, this, calling people name, judges. It is enough, Sanwore. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Any day you come out on social media to criticize or insult, we do not stop you from criticizing president or any of the leader. We did not stop you. But coming out to call someone father, for coming out to call someone father a criminal, wallahi, we are not going to take it lightly with you. Wallahi, Sanwore, we are not going to take it lightly with you. Sheikh Tinubu, this is the third time I'm calling you. If you cannot be able to get the root of Sanwore, please allow the job for us. Allow the dirty job for us. Enough is enough. We cannot watch you insulting our president, calling the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria a criminal. Look at this murderer. Are you supposed to be allowed walking in the street? A murderer like you? Do you know how many people you misleaded? They killed them in Lagos. Do you know how many people that you caused their death in Abuja because of answers? My own loved one, I lost more than 3 loved ones. That is how you go misleading Igbo boys. They are doing their business, going out doing their daily business in Lagos. You misleaded them. Many of them lost their life. Many lost their property, including me. They can't run when I run for Abuja for that your answers protest. Up to now, I cannot recover from hepatitis system. They talk una go say una be activists. Is that how they do activists? Going out to call someone father criminal? If Sheikh, you don't know what to do with you, me, Alhaji Oscar, I know what to do. Wallahi, I can't watch you calling my own president, president of the people of Nigeria, commander-in-chief of the armed forces criminal. Wallahi, you are a liar. Wallahi, we are going to get rid of you. Wallahi, you are a liar. If police cannot do the job, we can do the job. We can do the job. Sound
Nuisance Lele.
For somebody to turn on the camera, right? Say that tells you more about the state of the country already. You know? And few times they've actually like attempted to kill him. Yeah, sure. There was a time they attempted to kill him in that same Abuja, where he became the target of those who are, doing the counter protest for Boko Haram. Then I don't know if some of you remember that. The police have attempted to kill him by pretending to be shooting their tear gas, like you're shooting your canister at somebody, like to hit him, so that you could kill him in that protest. Asking for the end to the police brutality, asking for good governance. Somebody said, "Oh, you misled us." That's the state of the country. Here is another clown. This one, they say this one is appointee of Delta State Governor, who also decided to go public to warn Charade again on behalf of their paymaster. With the kill mad people here, Charade, this is Delta State. With the kill mad people here, if you try enter this territory again, we will kill your foolishness, your madness out of you. Tell whoever that sent you to be careful. We don't play with our governor here. He's the most performing governor in Nigeria. You can try your foolishness somewhere in other states, but not in Delta State. Governor Sheriff isn't the head of civil service. You don't know how government has been run. Go and ask questions, a big fool. Now, they said he's appointee of the state governor. He's a special advisor to the state governor. Thugs, criminals, cultists, name them, are those who have become the political jobbers, walking around the corridors of power in Nigeria. So it becomes more violent And everyone who is not on their side is considered as an enemy that want to take their feeding bottle away, and they will unleash all kind of violence they can if they have to, or in fact, if not even when they have to. It's always there. Violence, like deal with you. But let's leave that again and go to something else. Yeah, it's you see, 3 days ago, right? There was a report of the terrorist attack on the people of Kogi. All right, there was a particular one where they said at the checking point they actually killed some police officers and others, right? So, and it has been like a recurring recurring issue all the time. So the people decided to stage a protest. So they protested to the spot, blocked the road and all that. So then the government, the Olodo of Kogi, which is their governor, his own special advisor, went on to call a meeting and said, those who protested because of insecurity in the state, right? They didn't protest because of insecurity. They protested because they were sponsored to embarrass the government. This is also the part of the problem. You can't listen, right? To try to sort of like highlight the problems people are facing or protest it because you don't have intention of fixing it. So therefore, you are considered, or you will be seen as an enemy of the government who is trying to embarrass the government. Not because you are tired of the insecurity that you have to voice out. No. To them, it is because somebody wanted you to go and do it so that you can embarrass them. Because they are telling everybody that everything is fine. Security has improved. Tinubu has done well. That's what this guys told Ms. Catherine.
They make a strike and somebody said, go to the road, go and block the road. Do you know how many children that are returning to Kwara from Kogi yesterday, going back to school? Do you know whether there is a pregnant woman they are taking to hospital in Ilorin or coming to Equal Hospital Egbe? And people block the road. Okay, what is the gain from the blocking of the road yesterday? No, let's ask ourselves, what have we achieved? Nothing. What we are going to do I will be very happy if no politician are sponsoring the then clap for yourself. If nothing, you have your right to protest, but liaise with chairman local government. We have political leaders here. If the political leaders are coming home, you didn't come from Lokoja today.
Nuisance lele.
As the Olodo of Kogi's, like he had no evidence of anything. No. You are addressing people that protested the insecurity in their land, right? And you automatically accuse them of being sponsored. Not that he's got any evidence of that. So they countered him. No, nobody, we are angry. Can't you see that what we are? He said, okay, if you are angry, liaise with the political. Wait till the political leaders will do. What are they going to do? What are the community leaders going to do? But he's a politician. He's being paid. So his job is to go there and make sure that any troublemaker, just call us, we can get somebody to come and take them away. The troublemakers are the ones that want the problem fixed, not just the ones who are going to say, okay, thank you, okay, and they are back to their problems when this politician is gone. But still in Kogido, right? Remember that Yeye Bello had a deputy. Now, deputy that they used for deputy. Don't worry, you will see his face very soon. So his name is Onoja, right? So he's considered as one of the probably like the if not the ringleader of Yeye Bello's armed group in Kogi. He's said to have the Aluta connection. He's been a member of a student union in his school days. He's connected with some of these street boys, and he was very, very useful to Yeye Bello's second term. So I saw him this afternoon. He was with the Sheun on Mike's on the Sheun's program on YouTube, right? He was talking about how Yeye Bello told him he would succeed in. Together now, like Yeye Bello will hand over to him, only for Yeye Bello to go on and bring the Uludu of Kogi that is said to be his cousin or something. I don't know, just because we're in Kogi, right? But I should add this. Dino, Canary Dino is also from Kogi, just so you know. Hey, hang on. Where's my... Okay. I've got a bit of a frozen screen, and it will give me just a minute to get back, okay? Just 1 sec.
They make a strike, and somebody says, go to the road, go and block the road. Do you know how many children that are returning to Kwara from Kogi yesterday, going back to school? Do you know whether there is a pregnant woman they are taking to hospital in Ilorin or coming to Equal Hospital Egbe? And people block the road. Okay, what is the gain from the blocking?
Very serious. You think it's actually making any sense and the rest, right? Well, Noja and his own lamentation just on the side.
Yes. You have any regrets serving with Yeye Bello?
Not at all. It was great experience for two young men being trusted to the positions of power, and then new direction, as the name implies, revolutionize most of the policies, programs of states, so that it can run as it should run. So yeah, no regrets for serving with Yeye Bello. There could be some issues, but no regrets at all, because it has given me opportunity to learn, to grow, to network, and it has given me a national face.
Interesting, but you don't feel betrayed by him when he did not support your ambition to becoming a governor?
Let's say he did make some of us go pick up our forms.
He told you to pick it up?
To run for primaries.
Did you tell him you wanted to run?
I never told him. He rather, 4 years before 2023, he was the one who called me and said, you'll succeed me. Get prepared. And of course, I planned, I worked, and when it was time, he gave all of us opportunities, about 10 of us. 7 of us picked up the funds from the cabinet. At the end of the day, his heart and his choice was with the current governor, His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo. So when he broke the news to me a day before primaries, I told him, you are the boss. You are over me. And what you see is what I see. Let's go get the job done. But I hope you're not making a mistake. There were no issues. And then we went to the field and did our best for our candidate.
How did he tell you?
Yeah, he called me privately and we spoke.
On the phone?
No.
Physically?
Yeah. And
what did he say? He said, I'm not going to use you?
He said, let's send somebody else, one of us. And he gave some reasons. One, surprisingly, he said my capacity was too much. And I don't know whatever that meant. Secondly, he did say that my people of Kogi East do not really like me because I supported the non-Igala himself for power. Yes, that was the perception, but I think my people love me. And finally, he did say there could be other roles that he would have at the center, and he would love me to serve with him in that role. So it's all about service. So
no argument. You didn't debate it.
He was the boss.
But how did he come to you as a person when he dropped that on you?
I felt it's not God's time. Maybe there's something bigger ahead.
You almost shed tears.
No, I never did. I'm a man of faith.
But it was painful.
It was shocking. And would you say disappointing? Because when a friend gives you his word, you expect that he should move on by his word. So that was true. But humans are human, so we moved on. And I did commit to him that I was going to work for the party and work for our candidate, and I did work for our candidate.
I don't know. I just saw that on the side and I was like, okay, yeah, Bello, then Kogi and all that. And somehow I know that program was like recorded before we get to see it, right? I don't know. I feel like there's so much pain hidden behind that fake smile. And to match it up, it has to keep changing his agbada and all that. I don't know. Politics, right? Let's put that aside. In Zamfara, where their governor accused some unseen hands in Abuja shielding the terrorists that they've been after several times, some of them that they caught, only to get freed because order from Abuja said, together now, and he's not been able to control the police or the military, wherever you. So the former governor of the state, Matawali, is the Minister of State for Defense, who is doing everything according to the governor, doing everything to make sure he fails. And then the people of the state will pay for rejecting him for second term. That's what the governor said. But he has decided to put probably some actions into some of his words, where they have, what's the name of they call them? Kanawas or something. Local security and JTF, large number to go after the terrorists. Remember, they said they knew where the terrorists are, like they know them, but they just never have the capacity to go there and take them out, right? Maybe they now do. Here is a clip from that place. These are those who are like going after the Fulani terrorists in their states.
Ya, oleh mah. Aku balik ke luar gaji. Aku pergi luar. Waduh, letak kau yang magaji. Emang kan kau kena jual lah, lah kena tukar lagi. Ah, was ni je tadi ni. Ada motor tu juga ada. Allah, bagus ah. Bukan bom tu juga. Ko ci da su kai ko na abinci su don gaciya mai ɗaukawa ƙaramin kwaɗe ba ne balle sa musu mai mashin nawa ƙarar motoci aka kara su
So that's their own way of going after the Fulani terrorists, terrorizing them in their state. And to be honest, right, there's been so many of them killed in such adventures, right? But they barely get any real reports. They just say that they killed Fulani terrorists, just slaughtered 5 policemen and other member of a JTF. By the time you go check it some more, you can slaughter like 150. And that is why whenever they get to hold the terrorists, they never show them mercy too. But it is a hellhole up north, right? And most sadly too, when the higher, supposedly higher power superior power is being controlled by career criminals who rather shield, protect the terrorists than to protect the citizens. So it makes it more or less like a complete hell, right? Talking about hell, somebody compiled what is believed to be the illegality, the brutality of the Dogachi. That's the Soludom's vigilante in Anambra yesterday, right? I don't know if you have been following their political convo as Solodom is vying for second term in Anambra. His own oppositions have been like collecting all kind of like dirty speeches from him, and they've started responding too, right? So Uche Ekwenefe, which happened to be a deputy governorship candidate for the APC in Anambra, happened to be the latest too in the array of people that Solodom had kind of like tongue-lashed while he's doing his campaign. So Ekwenefe responded and called, Solodom's wife hermaphrodite or something, right? And that the Solodom's professor, doctorate, wherever the professorship, right? Probably was just a departmental award that was given to kind of exchanges, right? Now Solodom's wife has responded by saying that she was a virgin when Solodom met her. And at the same time, Solodom has been the only man, and a governorship campaign, you get it has turned to that too. So if she's now challenging Ekwenefe Uche that she should let them go to the shrine and swear if another man, if another man hadn't been on her, Solodom's wife will swear if she has never had another man and swear all her life. Now, these exchanges, people be like, your citizens are suffering, mate. The vigilantes you send on the streets are, terrorizing the people. They are killing people. That should be something, right? That should be something concerning for you. They are not this rufo nonsense fight over election. Dirty talk so. They put this together.
Oh, I can't that thing come on. Carry that phone come on. Carry that.
Governor Soludo, lay costed in Anambra State. Isn't it double of Harris? Whoever about the Jenugu, why they we have Dr. Mrs. Wachuku, and I'm alone at UAT Jenugu. What problem? Whoever about the Jenugu, Ndaboro, where was the Matomba? When I never go for your good, and it's in Naboro, I go to Anambra State. If si na agboro aja osi na Anambra steeti mana onye agboro jide moto anyị kịta wee sị die rọba aga dị na moto na onye agboro ahụ kịta onye agboro ahụ ka m na-esete gị ihe a onye agboro ahụ wee sị na ha na-arụ ọrụ ebe a na oge ya kpọrọ na fon si ya bute mmadụ na egboro mmadụ na bọstọp ya nata ego ofu onye ahụ onye ka anyị na-enene ihe a na-eme live kịta na new park Mpo Onitsha ebe a ka ọ na-eme
Because people are saying that their level of brutality, right, has gotten beyond, it's gone beyond control, and they have always been screaming and asking Solodom to do something. Like, you're a professor. They never thought that tout, agbero, and everywhere would become a thing in a state governed by a former central bank governor. A professor. That must kind of count for something, I think. Right? Or maybe not in the world where they play their politics in Nigeria. So talking about politics. One of the very much prominent and outspoken member of the obedient movement attended one public gathering just recently, and he used the opportunity to at least speak on the faulty constitution, faulty electoral, law, as well as a faulty empire that continues to deny the people their constitutional rights of choosing their leaders, so to say. Now they are preparing for another charade. Like, how prepared are you? It's a long speech, but I've cut it into two. So Dr. Mo is called Dr. Mo. Listen to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Nigerians and CPO and all the other dignitaries and people here. My name is Dr. Moses Paul, popularly known as Dr. Mo. I'm the Secretary General of the Obedient Movement, and I'm happy that the national coordinator of our movement globally is here in person of Dr. Yunusa Tanko. But I'm also the candidate for the chairmanship of AMAC under the ADC. This is very important, and I like to put a caveat. It symbolizes what the Obedient Movement is about. It's a movement that is rooted far beyond the parochialism of party affiliation, beyond tribal sentiment, beyond the parochialism of religious sentiment, and everything that has broken and pulled us down. That's what the Obedient Movement is about. It pushes and advocates for individuals, regardless of platforms, who are upholding the integrity of the epitomization of the ideals of Mr. Peter Obi, which is characterized by the values of integrity, competence, consistency, of nation building, and holding on to what is true for us as a people. Before I introduce the keynote speaker today, in just a few minutes, I'd like to talk to us about part of the reason why we're here, which has to do with the electoral reform as a panacea for successful election in 2027. Every time, like the Mr. Palmson, host today, spoke to us about, I'm old enough to know that every time we hold elections in Nigeria, each time we hold elections, and I've been voting forever, there is a well of hope. There is this anticipation of energy that cuts across the entire country every time that elections come. Whether it's 2011 or 1999 or 2015 or 2023, there is this hope that is built across the nation. But again and again, that hope is often dashed because of the broken system of the process of electioneering that we have in our country. the malpractices, the manipulations that often go before those processes, and dashes the hope of Nigerians against all odds. And I would just mention very briefly what is required for us to do to be able to hold integrity against what we must do to be able to uphold what election reforms as panacea for success in 2027, and I dare say for 2025, because Judge Mohalu is right here and his elections is just by the corner, which is as important as 2027. And of course, as 2026, my election is coming up. AMAC is the most important local council in the country, bigger than about 5 states. And yet, the local governance under which jurisdictions you sit today does not exist in terms of performance and governance. Very important. The president lives here. The National Assembly is right here. Over 120 embassies are here. The diaspora representation is here. Every human being, dead or alive, that has touched this country in one way or the other has something to do with AMAC. And yet, we have people who do not even understand governance, much less the understanding of the narrative of conversations lead us here. I dare say that is more important even than the presidential election, because everything is local, from education to health to transport to our livelihood to our lives. And therefore, until we have technological integrity, whether it has to do with our beavers or our registration processes or the transmission of election results, until we have integrity in terms of our technology, we're not going to go anywhere. Until we have an INEC that is independent.
So who's going to give you that? Mr. I don't know if it's Mr. or Mrs. or Miss Pambana. No. You can disagree with them. All right? At least on Maiyegun's diary, Politico, right? You have almost everyone from almost every camp. You have those who are Charade supporters. They are here. You have the obedient. They are here. You have other one Nigerianist too. They are here. Then you have those of us whose only wish was to see when the tide will turn. A majority of you will begin to see it the way we are seeing it, which is break up this contraption peacefully, not violently or whatever. That one is up to those who want to hold on to it. But that you disagree with yourselves. I don't like Charade, I don't like obedient, I don't like this or that. It's all right. It's your right, right? But what will make you a Ronuku? In fact, as a APC, whether you are even like supporting Tifnumbu, all right, you can still be here. There are those who are here too. But you know what makes you a Ronuku is that when you based your opposition to these other groups, right, on the trait of hatred and tribal review, because that one is not really far-fetched from those, no matter how you try to pretend. If you are a Ronuku, your comment will tell. For example, you are so angry with Obi and obedient than you ever feel about the state of the country under APC, Egbekegbe, and under Tifnumbu right now. Do you understand? Like, oh, I don't like Charade, I don't like Obi, I don't like this or that. That's fine. All right? But by the time you begin to kind of give so much of your energy, right, explaining to us why Charade is worse, why Obi is this, and you are pretty much at the same time telling us, more or less like telling us that, you know, whatever it is that Nigeria is currently passing through, right? People should just take it. Like, there's nobody that can change that. In that sense, that will make you a Ronuku, and it's not really far-fetched. You get me now? Because anybody that is hiding behind, what do you call it? Hiding behind, I don't like this opposition. I don't like these groups, right? But I also don't really like Tifnumbu, but because of the way you, obedient, are behaving, you are now making me love Tifnumbu. Stop it. Nobody is making you love Tifnumbu. You've loved him. You've loved APC. Somehow, right? You know things are not going well. Things are not working. You know it. Or you are too, probably like, I don't know, like too ashamed to admit that, yeah, I know things are not working, but I like it like that. So those who don't like it, you see them as enemies. That's what makes you a Ronuku. Because a Ronuku doesn't really care about anything. All they care about most is that at least an Igbo man is not going to be president. And Tifnumbu, whether good or bad, though, he will do 8 years. And you know that kind of a mentality. It simply means that even those who are around you, your own loved ones, who are possibly impacted, you get it now, who are also impacted by the actions of Tifnumbu, you don't really care about them. That's what makes somebody a Ronokuba. You don't like, I don't like Obi, I don't like obedient. Fine, it's fine. I mean, come on. You can like something else. You can choose not to even like any of them. There are those who don't really give a damn about all of them. Do you get me now? Well, you know the reason why on Maiyegun's diary Politico, right? Why it is pertinent to remind everyone that despite all your differences in this whole thing, that you are pretty much like, very much like aware, like enlightened enough to understand what is going on, all right? It doesn't matter where you belong to. We all have one thing in common, and that is Nigeria in the hands of criminals who are making decisions, actions, and inactions that affect millions of people, one way or the other. So that simply means we have something in common. It is either you are comfortable with it or you are not comfortable with it. You can't be in between. You have to be either left or right. You can't be in the center, not in this case. Because being in the center simply means you are on the side of the criminals. It's very simple. So now, if you now find yourself, right, like you oppose what is going on genuinely, and you actually wanted something better, that is where you are going to find others whose reasons is almost similar to yours and almost the same end goal. So that is what we have on Maiyegun's diary Politico. That is why you won't see to Maiyegun, you won't see us spend so much time, right, tearing down the supposed opposition, whether you are for one Nigeria or you are not for one Nigeria. The thing is that it is because of the mismanaged Nigeria. It is because of the ruined supposed opportunities in that country that gave birth to all oppositions you have everywhere. Whether you are for the breakup of Nigeria, for Biafra, you are for Yoruba nation, you are for revolution now, or you are for disobedient and their new Nigeria is possible. You realize that the reason why everybody is in different camps today is because those in charge of the contraption have done a very, very bad job. Terrible job. And wherever you belong, it should be the side that demands for something different. Yeah. At the same time, when you are demanding for something different, you have to also open your eyes. I get that. That's the part where you can say, well, I don't agree here. I don't agree there. But there must be somewhere that you are going to have some agreement too. And that's the part where you feel like this contraption is not working. Something has to be done. Something must be done. And what is that thing? That's the common ground you eventually find. I'm not asking you to that has to be hand, right? For somebody, before you can say, well, I love that person or I like this person, they have to hand it, Abi. I believe that too. But when you enter yourselves, Or you tear yourselves apart. The Showore is tearing the obedient tearing Showore, everybody tearing themselves. You are just doing the job of Tifnumbu and his gang for them without being paid. Because they will prefer you remain that way. And by so doing, they keep their power. So I know maybe a little bit complex or what have before, but it shouldn't. If indeed, right, from that your own belief and all that, you can trace it back to why. Why are you holding that belief? Why are you holding the belief that Nigeria can't work anymore? They have to break it up. Why are you holding the belief that APC just needs to lose power and all of that, right? Why are you holding that belief? It's all because something is not working. Something is not right. You believe that something better should be done, but by who? That's the way the conflict of But that's not enough for anybody to now say, hey, it's because of Obi and obedient. That's why I'm going to go and support it. No, but come on. That doesn't make any sense. Just say you will support Tifnumbu, do so with your, like the Ronukus are doing. They'll say they are just going extra mile by spreading the tribal hatred that basically it is politically motivated. Disagree with people, right? On principle, on ideologies and what have you, but don't let that disagreement be just simply because, somebody makes you uncomfortable and that person is the supporter of this someone that you could also probably reject because of that. Just saying, I'll let this guy finish. You listen.
INEC that is independent, not wearing jersey and playing as though it is one of the players. We can have a referee that wears jerseys. No, we must have an INEC that is independent in spirit, in form, in conduct, in behavior, and in every regalia that is required. Yes, we must have, and indeed, voters, the integrity of voting, not suppressing. Obedience were beaten blue-black from Kano. They were killed in Kano, shot in River State, beaten out of polling booths in Lagos. No, until we have a country and electoral reforms that hold integrity of voting, that does not suppress voters. And yes, until we have a justice system, an institution that allows for the right legality of things, it's the baseline of our lives. Without law and order, we will have issues that remains pending, unending, and justice denied or justice delayed is justice denied. And so until we have across board these issues outlined, and lastly, we must have people reform. I live here in Abuja. I see people break traffic lights. It is not because there are no traffic lights. So yes, in 2023, somebody went and unplugged the IREV. There is a law, there is a reform that is against pulling the IREV, but somebody went and unplugged it. When the light says red, some people cross the line. So until we are changed, until we have people reform, because with people reform, when we fix the ballot, we fix governance. When we fix governance, we fix education, we fix health, we fix livelihood, we fix every other thing, beginning from our families, governance, banking system, and everything that is required of us. And so here today, these are some of the 5 keys that are required, reforms that are necessary for us to have a 2027 free, 2026, 2025 successful election. Ladies and gentlemen, the man I'm about to introduce to speak to us is a man that I've visited a couple of times in and out.
Don't worry, we've had enough. And just once again, right, like I said, there are those, and I've always been very much like, emphatic about each kind of group that I've acknowledged or recognized on Maiyegun's diary Politico. Right? It's just that the Ronokus that receives more batching from myself. I do that simply because I always want to try to at least dilute the toxicity that they are, releasing into the atmosphere. Because it is so toxic that almost all parties, all groups are doing it. But in the process of spreading hateful rhetorics and all that, calling out the Ronukus and pointing out their hypocrisy when they are pushing this, their tribal bigotry and the rest, is to try to see if I could detoxify the minds. So let me explain what I mean by that. If you look around you today, because I've been on that on this social media for a while myself, right? But if you look around you today, especially after the 2023 charade, right, you will see that most of the people who have joined their bigotry, online bigotry, even offline bigotry, right, some of them, they were not really cool with anything APC, not to talk of Etifnumbu. But over time, right, they have allowed themselves to get sucked into this weaponized tribalism and all that. So to them, they can't watch people just say all these dirty things or these rubbish things about their tribe or their ethnic nationality and look away. You get what I mean now? So in response, some have actually ventured into it in the process at first to defend their own tribes or ethnic nationality, whether it is Igbo or Yoruba. These were people who were not interested in all this nonsense, but somehow, over time, they have been sucked in. And the moment you put your thoughts on social media, right, you would expect the normal, the lunatic, and what have you to respond. And over time, many, many others have received even counter insults when in their mind they wanted to make peace by trying to explain some things in this toxicity. So in the process, they get sucked in and they became bigots themselves. Because somehow, if you look inward very well, most of the things that are now being called slur words, this used to be like a banters. And that makes us, if you're from that Nigeria, right, that makes us that there's a gene of bigotry, right, somewhere in you. That maybe over time, education made people feel like there are some certain things there are some certain beliefs that shouldn't really actually be entertained in your thought and all that, right? But there is a tiny one there. You get that now? So I watched people who are respectable people, respectful people, suddenly overnight turned to tribal, ethnic jingoists on social media. And it's like the moment you go in, you can't come back. And that's why when you see on Maiyegun's diary Politico, calling them out, trying to show to you how they are doing it and how you can be subconsciously dragged into it because you can't watch anybody just denigrate your tribe on social media. But the question is, when did this start? How come it became a thing now? Is this what do you call it? Is this organic? When did it become a thing that everybody's become so sensitive about this tribe, that, all that? And I usually pointed that out on Maiyegun's diary Politico so that you will see it. Because the moment you leave Maiyegun's platform, you are probably going to be on other social media platforms scrolling. And you see people writing horrible, horrible, horrible things about other people. just to see who can be more mean, right? But when you come on Maiyegun's diary Politico, you get to see all of this from all sides. And when you probably come across them outside here, your reactions, probably something will remind you and say, this is what Maiyegun was talking about. Look at what this person just wrote about the Yorubas now. Like, how do I want to react to this? I think we've done something like that on Maiyegun's diary Politico before, but it is that bad that even some of you on Maiyegun's diary Politico, I can tell that some of you sometimes struggles to hold back that thing that you probably would say on a different platform because it is allowed. But because you are here, we reduce the toxicity enough to make sure that you can express yourself, you can say whatever you want and all that, but you have to respect other people with whatever they are saying too. You can disagree with them. So we reduce the toxicity here so that when you leave this platform, right, and you go out there and you start reading things that somebody wrote about the Igbos, and you're like, how could anybody write this about the Igbos? And you are an Igbo. How do you have to react to this now? Should you read it and just ignore or react? No, I'm an Igbo. I will have to react. Then what would be your reaction? Do you want to correct the person, or you want to say something meaner about the Yorubas or about any other tribe? So this is what is called weaponization of divisive rhetorics in that contraption. It is no longer about having conversation anymore. It's pretty much about who wins the argument, more or less like an argument. I try my best to make sure that it's not like that here. Yeah? Because I am more interested in you showing your energy towards your rage, towards the people who are doing this to us, who believes that they are so powerful, they are so untouchable. And what have you? If we can channel at least 50% of the energy we channel towards tearing ourselves apart, yeah, we have our differences. I don't agree with you. You don't agree with me. But are you sure that there are no other things that we can agree upon? There must be. That's why we say, let's have a conversation. Let's talk about it. Let's have this or that. But it doesn't really have to. It doesn't work all the time. I'm happy that at least I'm still here, right? And I'm still able to remind you that, listen, the reason why you are even watching Maiyegun to understand what is going on in that place is simply because things are not going well. They are not going right. A lot of you have family members. Okay, here is another one. A lot of us are not even directly affected, even though we are affected indirectly, but we are not directly affected by this action of these rogues. But we do have loved ones, right, who are pretty much in the line of danger. If anything happens to them, there is no way that you won't feel it. So in that regard, you want to know what is going on, right? So if you can channel that energy and say, well, you know, if now better Nigeria you want to push for, then you have to do it in a way that, Baba, with all energy, you know, and in that regard, I let others use their own energy too. I don't know. I usually tell people that I'm not here to advise you. I'm here to pretty much lay everything on the table, what I know, what you know, and whatever you do with that, what you make of it, is completely yours. But posterity will judge everyone, right? Right. So thank you so much, everyone that turned up again. We are still battling with our algorithm nonsense, right? But please, if everyone here right now decide to like the broadcast, it will go a long way. So please do so, as we call it a night. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon or evening or maybe night. So from here, it's going to be a good night. Darrow.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ tó jódodo. Maiyegun diary. dòdòdòdò. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Maiyegun ti dé o ọ̀rẹ́ ará ìlú. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Lórí Facebook lórí YouTube. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Bó bá ṣe eré àní Maiyegun máa wí. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Maiyegun diary Politico. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Godfatherism kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Àní Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun diary náà ibi number one. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí Facebook. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí YouTube. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ijó ìgbádìyẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Pẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Kí gómìnà kówó jẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọlọ́pàá ti ń darí pa. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Òkúrọ̀ olóṣèlú. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ̀. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ̀. Oníkan ṣáàtì ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran. Kì máa yí ṣe eré, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. Kì máa yí ṣe eré, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe ẹ̀fẹ̀. Ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o, ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣàyè tú wọn síta. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran. Tẹnitẹni ọmọ Maiyegun ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni. mo fọlọ́run sọ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ́bù lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù bọ́tà ń lè rí bóníṣègùn lé káwọn mọ̀mọ́ fi ṣera wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sì mọ́ bẹ̀. èèpo ọ̀bọ lọmọ bá dérò tàjẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ó ti jọba lórí àbínú ẹni kò sì mọ́ bùyà àìsíwọ́lu ní ẹnìkẹ́ ìgbódì ẹyin lábàrá o ó kó ẹni tó bá dán wò á kàmù Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì o ẹni bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò òní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.